just getting girls active and just gaining that confidence, right? Because I think when girls and women have confidence, we can truly take on the world.
Oh, I'm inspired. That was awesome.
Hello, today all day. Summer's almost here, and if you're looking for the perfect way to welcome warmer weather, my pal Anthony Contrino is sharing his favorite al fresco meal. Not al roca, but al fresco. We're talking juicy pork milanese, peppery arugula salad, and easy antipasti, along with Uncle Pasti, with olives, and of course, a classic Italian cocktail to wash it all down.
Summer is just around the corner. It's not one of my favorite seasons, but my birthday's in there, so I'll allow it. Anyway, it is gonna be really nice to be able to dine outside with friends. So today I'm whipping up the perfect al fresco meal. I'll be making delicious orange rosemary marinated olives, the juiciest, crispiest pork milanese that you've ever had, topped with a nice fresh salad. And then of course, we need a cocktail, or two. I'll be making a Negroni and an Americano. Oh, hi, I didn't see you there. Welcome to the new set of Saucy. Let's get cooking. I'm gonna be making some delicious orange rosemary marinated olives. We love olives in my family. We have them out for every holiday as part of an antipasti. I'm gonna be using orange and rosemary because those are two flavors that I like and that work really well together. So first things first, I have two different kinds of olives. My favorite, Castelvetrano, which are super buttery, and then a little bit more of a pungent flavor with Kalamata olives. I like the two to balance off each other, and they're really pretty when mixed up together later on. For the marinade itself, we'll start by adding some oil. It's about 1/3 of a cup. You can eyeball this into a small saucepan. So first things first, an orange. Any sweet orange will do. This is a plain navel orange, and I'm just cutting a few strips off. Then I like to go back with a knife and carefully, don't hurt yourself here, similar to like filleting fish, remove the bitter pith. We don't need any bitter flavor in our marinade over here. So you can see all the white part is gone and you're left with just the beautiful, super fragrant skin. Right into the pot that goes. Take your time. Better off being safe than sorry with this. And the last one into the pot. Don't want this orange to go to waste. So I'm gonna take that sweet, delicious juice and we'll add that to the pot as well. That'll add a little bit of sweetness to our olives. Next up, garlic. Why does this happen every time? 6 takes later, I'm gonna grab 2 cloves. You can buy them peeled already, which will save on the aggravation. Okay, so just thin slice, 1/8 of an inch, even thinner if you can, without hurting yourself. Into our pot. Then let's add some more flavor. A bay leaf. I'm gonna add a pinch of red pepper flakes. I'm not a big spice person, so I literally just add a tiny little pinch. Last but not least, some fresh rosemary. So I'm gonna cut off a couple of sprigs here and pull off about half of the leaves or just kind of break them. I just like the way it looks when it's in there. It's still gonna permeate that oil. So I'm literally just waiting for the edges to just sort of start to simmer as I'm doing this. It'll go pretty quickly. We're not looking to cook, we're looking to infuse. You'll know it's done when it gets nice and fragrant Similar when you add garlic and onion to like a saute pan, and it's getting there, smelling really good already. So you can see it's starting to simmer a little bit. So I'm gonna cut the heat and then simply just pour it right on top of our olives. Make sure you get all of this flavor. Leave no speck of garlic or rosemary behind. Okay, now I'm gonna let this sit out at room temperature for a couple of hours. So every now and then, every time you pass it, just pick it up, give it a tossy turn, zhuzh it up, get those olives coated nice with that oil to help marinate it, and give those olives some time to steep.
Some experts say that this bill still isn't enough. Do you accept that criticism? There's been a ton of confusion from the CDC. Can we try to clear some of this up? What are the issues that the party stands for? That seems to be the missing piece here. If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know. The biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic!
Exclusive interviews.
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
And important headlines.
Major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day. Make the most of your day with Today All Day. Get closer to all your friends at Today in a whole new way.
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Shop today with Jill Martin.
We're helping you shop like never before.
The latest styles and biggest names. Today Food.
Things are heating up in the Today All Day kitchen.
Cooking essentials and recipe inspiration.
Get ready. Are you ready? Oh, I'm so ready.
Only on Today All Day.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast. Free wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
If there's one thing that I can eat for dinner every night, it's pork milanese, or any milanese. Chicken, anything, pound it thin, fry it crispy, I'm gonna eat it. I'd probably even enjoy shoe leather if it was fried. So right here I have, from my butcher, you can get these at most supermarkets, some nice, beautiful, thick pork loin chops that are boneless. I'm gonna pound them nice and thin so that every inch of this milanese is absurdly crispy. Get yourself a generous sized sheet of plastic wrap. And this is where the fun begins, guys. This may look a little scary, but I promise you it's not. We're going to butterfly these chops. So, I'm gonna place a chop on the plastic wrap, taking a really sharp chef knife. I'm going to find the center, and I'm gonna cut it open like a book. Work slowly, deliberate, steady slices. And this is just to help get it nice and thin. And I'm just slowly going to start peeling it open. And there you go. If you skip this step and just start pounding, you're gonna be there all day and your meat's not gonna be as tender. So truly don't skip that step. Be sure to leave a little slack around so that our chop has room to grow. Get yourself one of these fun toys and go to town. Watch your fingers, don't do what I almost just did. There you have it. It's about 1/4 of an inch thick, and we have a gorgeous big cutlet now that is for one person. Keep going. Did your kids or your boss piss you off today? This is the perfect meal to make at the end of the day. This one's even better. You can do this with chicken breast. I love it with chicken. You can do it with beef. If you don't have time to go to the gym, this is the perfect activity for you. Is this what it feels like to exercise? One to go. That looks great. As easy as that. I am going to wipe down, sanitize, clean my hands, and then we're going to dredge these guys up. Okay, now that that's set up, let's start getting these bad boys breaded. So, free them from the plastic wrap. Look how great that looks. Nice and thin. And when cooking, you want to make sure you're seasoning in layers. You never want to just finish with salt because it's just sitting on top and doesn't have time to absorb. Also, when cooking, you want to do all of one action at once. It keeps things neater, it's quicker. This is the bulk of the seasoning, so don't be cheap. And get both sides. The last one's always the annoying one, isn't it? Perfect. Now to begin breading. You may notice that there's something here missing, flour. Growing up, whenever my dad made chicken cutlets or Milanese, he never used flour. And when I went to culinary school, I was like, what's with the flour? And I've tested it both ways. In this case, it is an extra ingredient, an extra step, and I find it to be completely unnecessary. It actually coats better to this pork if you don't use flour. So while you're probably thinking I don't know what I'm talking about, I would curse here, but I'm not allowed to anymore. I definitely do. So this is my dredging station. 3 very well beaten eggs and 2 cups of seasoned breadcrumb. Another trick, wet hand, dry hand. So in she goes. Make sure we're nice and well coated. You can see how great a pie dish works for this. Fits well, it has a flat enough surface, and it has sides to keep everything in place. Give it a couple of shakes and right into our breadcrumb. Now, use your dry hand to start covering it with the breadcrumb. When you get to this point, you can flip it. Make sure you don't miss a millimeter of breadcrumb. Every crevice, breadcrumb, and press it in. We want these to be well coated and super duper crispy. Just like that. And that's ready to be fried. Make sure you press it on, lock it in there. Isn't that cool? This is kind of a fun thing to get the kids involved in too. Put them to work. Dinner was not for free at my house growing up. Thank God I did most of the cooking. My mom's cooking's atrocious. That's a big one. Time to fry them I've added about 1/4 of an inch of vegetable oil to a pot. When frying, I like to use a neutral oil like safflower, canola, any vegetable oil, because it won't take on any flavor. Have this going over medium-high heat, and I know it's ready when I add a pinch of breadcrumb and we get some sizzle action. So you see how it foamed up and it already started darkening? Time to add one of our cutlets. We're gonna let this fry for about 2 to 3 minutes per side until it's deep, golden, gorgeous brown. Keep an eye on the edges of your cutlet. I can see it already starting to get nice and golden brown in that little nook, which means it's almost ready to flip. I'm gonna take a sneak peek. Almost there. For me, any cutlet should be on the brink of being burnt for it to be delicious. Now just another couple of minutes. Oh yeah. Transfer it to a wire rack. If you put it on paper towels, it's gonna get a little soggy and the breading is gonna start to fall off. Get another one in really quick. And then, while it's still hot, add a nice, generous amount of a flaky sea salt. You can see it melting into that hot oil. Some of it won't melt. It'll add a little bit of an extra crunch and extra seasoning. These cutlets are gonna cook really quickly, so keep an eye on the pan. This is not the time to walk away and start another project. Oh my God. Extra crispy for the chef. I have my oven set to the lowest setting. I'm gonna throw these in there to keep them warm. I don't wanna keep them in there too long though, just long enough to make a delicious salad.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright. Are you ready? We're going to do our part to spread the word on the importance of vaccines, so crucial for reopening America.
A big day around here, a very special naturalization ceremony.
Many of them doctors, nurses, other essential workers.
If you are a nurse, thank you.
Spring has sprung, guys, and we want to fill this season with some fun and surprises.
Yes.
This is the face of excitement.
Celebrating Earth Day.
Let's change the world.
Love it!
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app. Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
In a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
It has been a long year.
Yeah, where it's been anything but normal.
Well, now there's hope. The COVID vaccines.
I know. It's been a little confusing.
Like really confusing. So it's more important than ever to make a plan. Visit planyourvaccine.com
to find out where and when to get your vaccine.
What are you waiting for? Roll up your sleeves and plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Start your day with us every morning. Get your daily dose of news on the go with the Today podcast. And stream Today anytime you want.
Today, all day.
Every day.
Wherever you are, Today is there.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Let's go.
And good evening from New Orleans. There is breaking news. There you go.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd cast. Free wherever you get your podcasts.
This peppery arugula is the base of my salad, but any good salad needs a killer dressing, and this is mine, my white balsamic dressing. Going to start by adding a couple of tablespoons of just plain old clover honey. This bougie thing looks like a lot of fun, but it's a little messy. This is gonna add just enough sweetness, some Dijon, which is gonna add more depth of flavor. It's also going to help emulsify this dressing when we add the oil. Get that all in there. A little bit of salt, about a half a teaspoon. And then about 1/8 of a teaspoon of freshly cracked black pepper. Gonna whisk this to combine. Make sure you get that honey to dissolve. That looks beautiful. Now that the base of our dressing's ready, I'm going to drizzle in olive oil. Very slowly begin to drizzle in your olive oil, giving it time to break up the fat molecules and emulsify. If you can see the oil puddling in the vinegar, that means you're adding too much and it's going to not emulsify properly. I did not sign up for this much cardio today. You can see it already starting to thicken. That means that we have a great emulsification. It's a beautiful dressing. Great golden color from the white balsamic and this really good Sicilian olive oil. Gorgeous, gorgeous. It's perfect. It doesn't need any more seasoning. This is a very simple salad. All I'm going to add to this arugula are some beautiful cherry tomatoes that I'm just gonna have. If you don't have a small utility knife like this, a nice serrated knife, it's a really great kitchen tool. I use it a lot. Gonna give this a quick toss. And then add your dressing to taste. This makes more than you need for this, but it stores really well in the fridge in a mason jar or just any sealed container for at least a week. It's all set. All that's left to do is to put the two pieces of the puzzle together. It smells so good. Okay. These are nice and warm. Let's go with this big guy. Just throw that right onto a plate and then don't be cheap. Oh, yes. Yes, 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 yes. Then, because God forbid I cook something and not put cheese on it, how delicious does this look? I cannot wait to dig in. But I'm kind of thirsty. I think I need to make a cocktail.
Some experts say that this bill still isn't enough. Do you accept that criticism? There's been a ton of confusion from the CDC. Can we try to clear some of this up? What are the issues that the party stands for? That seems to be the missing piece here. If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know. The biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic!
Exclusive interviews.
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
And important headlines.
Major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
Are you ready?
We're going to do our part to spread the word on the importance of vaccines, so crucial for reopening America.
A big day around here, a very special naturalization ceremony.
Many of them doctors, nurses, other essential workers.
If you are a nurse, thank you.
Spring has sprung, guys, and we want to fill this season with some fun and surprises.
Yes.
This is the face of excitement.
Celebrating Earth Day.
Let's change the world.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
I'm going to show you how to make probably the most quintessential Italian aperitivo, which is a pre-meal drink, something meant to whet your appetite. And this bitter Campari is going to do just that. That is one of the 3 major components in this Negroni. This drink is equal parts Campari, sweet vermouth, and gin, and it is going to punch you in the face. So I'm doing 1.25 ounces each of these 3 spirits. This is our sweet vermouth to balance that bitterness just the slightest bit. And we can't forget about the gin. This is a London dry gin that I'm using. Then some blood orange. I like to peel it directly into my beaker to catch any oils that come out. And I'm just going to peel off a nice healthy strip. Add some ice. We want to get this nice and chilled. It's also going to dilute this the slightest bit. And stir, stir, stir. At least 20 seconds. Really let those flavors combine and let it chill throughout. Perfect. Get yourself some bougie ice. So pretty. Then, every cocktail needs a garnish. Another strip of our blood orange skin. Give it a little twist. And then I kind of like to run it on the rim just to get those oils on there. Little extra hint and punch of the orange. Now, if you feel like this is a little too bitter for your palate, we're gonna make its less aggressive cousin, the Americano, which is pretty similar. We're gonna start the same way with our Campari, using 1.5 ounces this time. And then the sweet vermouth. No gin in this one, so it's not gonna be quite as boozy. Perfect. Same thing. And stir, stir, stir. More bougie ice. Isn't that such a beautiful color? Then, finally, we'll top it off with club soda. How beautiful, that effervescence. Don't forget about our little garnish. One little straw. There you have it, the perfect Negroni and Americano. Can't wait to share these with my friends. Here's a pretty color. And a little twist.
Thank you.
You stir. It like dilutes it a little. Welcome.
Treat. This looks delicious.
Some pork milanese.
Thank you, Anthony.
You're welcome.
Our next guest is no stranger to the big stage. In fact, he is one of the original kings of comedy.
D.L. Hughley starred in his own sitcom, The Hughleys, in the 1990s, of course, and is now a New York Times best-selling author.
His newest book, How to Survive America, takes a deep dive into the struggles black and brown people face every day in our country. And he's here to talk to us about it. DL, good morning.
Morning.
Good morning, you guys. How y'all doing?
We're doing great, and glad to see you're doing well too.
Thank you.
Yeah. So tell us, how did you come about writing this book?
Well, I had COVID. I passed out on stage, and I was at home, under quarantine, and I happened to catch the Surgeon General at the time, Rome Adams, and he was on, and he was basically telling black and brown people to stop drinking and smoking and eating poorly. And it occurred to me that no matter what the circumstance is, black people are always the number one suspect in their own demise. The fact that this was a pandemic that was basically destroying the world, everything was locked down, but for some kind of way, there was something in our behavior that predisposed us to it. Notwithstanding the environmental impacts of things we have, the fact that we can't eat certain foods because they're so far away, the fact that we have negligence in the medical community, but there always seems to be a special dispensation for whatever happens to us, as if it's our fault.
Yeah.
And I was recuperating, and I was like, so whenever something like that happens, I either write a book or write a joke.
There you go.
And you did write the book. So, but first, we reached out to Dr. Adams, and he said in part both personal responsibility and fostering a society and health system that engenders trust and facilitates equitable access to healthy choices is necessary to heal our nation. So we just wanted to make sure we got that in too.
But it's interesting to say, this is from an administration that told us bleach was an antidote for the coronavirus. Now, bleach is great for Trump supporters because it's great for whites, but it's hell on colors, I'll tell you that. So I think it's interesting to have these conversations in the light of the fact that hundreds of thousands of people have died and are dead in large part because of negligence and incompetence. And you can't, there's no getting around it.
DL, I want to ask you more about when you collapsed on stage. I'd imagine,
right.
I mean, the way you were treated, you probably had some resources that a lot of other folks wouldn't be able to have in that moment. So can you talk to me about how that kind of changed your perspective on what was going on?
Well, I passed out on stage, and I obviously had no idea what was going on. And originally they were going to take me to the ghetto hospital, you know, the one on Martin Luther King Boulevard. But then they found out through some kind of way I ended up getting transferred to a Saint. You know, I think it was St. Vincent or St. Thomas. And the care was excellent. I remember when I got announced that I had COVID, I go back to the hotel kicked me out. The airlines wouldn't fly me. I had to try to get a private jet who wouldn't fly me. And I got on the phone finally with a bunch of friends I'm on the thread with, like Don Cheadle and George Lopez, and said they intended Chris Spencer and Anthony Anderson. And together, they had to call their resources and say, look, if you don't fly this man home, we're not going to use you. So absent those two things, I don't know what the outcome would have been. I don't know that had I gone somewhere else and not gotten the excellent care I got when I went to the hospital, had I not had the resources and the connections and friendships that enabled me to kind of leave that. I've been a homeless, a homeless sick dude walking around Nashville. But and it made me lament how that the way you're treated has a lot to do with the kind of influence and access you have.
So you take all of those feelings and you sit down and you start crafting this book. Tell us about it.
Sure. What I noticed is that there isn't a significant difference between what happened with the Spanish flu and now. There was always this indifference and blaming of people of color. no matter what. I mean, you don't have to go much further than the George Floyd trial to know that apparently he died from everything except a knee on his neck. If you hear some of the witnesses, one of the expert witnesses, and I think that there's a tendency to believe that this is a new phenomenon, but the indifference of our suffering or the belief that some kind of way we were complicit in the things that have happened to us is a notion that's prepared. Before there was a notion of black on black crime, before we had modern technology, there were people who were dying because people believe that it was our behavior that caused our dilemma. And I think that that's been fairly consistent, no matter what. Even the president at that time refused to realize to acknowledge that it was real. He also got sick and denied. Yeah. So the more we see refuse to learn from history, we definitely repeat it.
You know, I would be wondering, DL, if you were to reboot the Hughleys today, would it be a different show? Would it address this? And are you thinking about rebooting it to address those issues?
We actually are. Well, I'd like to reboot it before any number of reasons. I think that, you know, whatever your skill set is should amplify your perspective. We live in a country right now where when the coronavirus hit and we were closed down, churches were closed, but liquor stores was open. So you can Zoom Jesus, but not Jack Daniels. So there is an interesting. So I have a family now who my son is autistic. I have a gay daughter. I have a daughter who I just had a grandchild, and so my life is impacted by all the experiences that I've had, and also I've just gotten a chance to see the world through such a different lens because the pandemic, I think, narrowed our focus. And one of the great things about it is I think it laid the groundwork for us having different types of conversation that we wouldn't have been comfortable.
So will you reboot the show?
So I definitely would. I think we're working on it right now. I don't know that it'll come back in the same incarnation, but there's going to be a guy with his family. And my last name is Hughley, so I guess it will. That'll never change. But I really am interested in just using humor to have conversations that people are uncomfortable with, and television is a wonderful medium for that.
Well, you always make us think. DL, thank you so much for being here. The book is called How to Survive America.
Make the most of your day with Today All Day. Get closer to all your friends of today in a whole new way.
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Shop today with Jill Martin.
We're helping you shop like never before.
The latest styles and biggest names. Today food.
Things are heating up in the Today All Day kitchen.
Cooking essentials and recipe inspiration.
Get ready. Are you ready?
Oh, I'm so ready.
Only on Today All Day.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright. Are you ready? We're going to do our part to spread the word on the importance of vaccines, so crucial for reopening America.
A big day around here. A very special naturalization ceremony.
Many of them doctors, nurses, other essential workers.
If you are a nurse, thank you.
Spring has sprung, guys, and we want to fill this season with some fun and surprises.
Yes.
This is the face of excitement.
Celebrating Earth Day.
Let's change the world.
Love it! U.S. swimming star Katie Ledecky in the house.
Eddie, come on out. You're making me cry.
This is an incredible moment.
Join us every morning on Today. Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
Our next guest went viral for all the right reasons. Rob Kenney grew up without a dad. So during the pandemic, he launched his own YouTube page, Dad, How'd I do?
And Rob offered some helpful dad advice and lessons with videos tackling how to shave, check your tires, mow the lawn, and tie a tie.
So we go ahead and flip up our collar, take the tie, put the fat side down. This is an important part because you want, at the end, you want the tie to come out right about your waistline. Looks cool that way. Perfect. Looks good.
What's weird is I use that video every morning in my dressing room, time by time. Now, Rob has over 3 million subscribers, and he also has a new book out. It's called Dad, How Do I? Practical Dad Advice for Everyday Tasks and Successful Living. Good to see you again, Rob Kenney. Thanks for coming back.
Yeah, you bet. Thank you so much for having me on, Greg. I remember our interview very well from last year.
Yeah, last summer, sort of when this pandemic really started, we got together for a Zoom, and I asked what you expected after posting that first video. And you said maybe 30, 40 subscribers. Suffice to say, you've far exceeded that. You've become the internet's dad. That's what they call you out there on the interwebs. Is that a title that you embrace, Rob?
You know, I'm okay with it. It's not something I'd ever call myself. But if other people are going to call me that, I think I can deal with it.
Rob, I want to talk about your upbringing a bit. I know there were 8 kids. Your parents split when you were 13. At times, because your father kind of walked away, you were raised by an older brother. What was that time in your life like?
Yeah, it was difficult. You know, when I was 14, I went to live with my older brother, Rick, and he was 23 at the time. You know, 23 now is just a kid, too. And he was newly married, and I moved in with him. Yeah, so that was his wedding. So just a few months later, I moved in with him and his wife in a trailer. And, you know, it was a difficult time for sure. And so anyway, I think a big part of my book is, you know, dealing with being able to forgive my dad for that. Yeah. So anyway,
well,
I think it's,
Rob, how did that moment, giving forgiveness to your dad, how did that change your life?
Yeah. So I shared the struggle in my book because it wasn't easy, you know, and I you know, people have been through worse stuff than I've been through, but for my own self, I think I was waiting for my dad to ask for forgiveness, and meanwhile, my own life was passing by. And so when I finally understood that I needed to let it go for my own health, you know, it's that whole saying of when, you know, unforgiveness is like drinking poison and hoping it somehow hurts the other person. It was killing me. And so by being able to let go of that, it was a big turning point in my life.
Wow.
Rob, it would be a wasted opportunity if we did not ask the internet's dad for some practical advice. So we just saw the video on how to tie a tie. What about polishing shoes, Rob? I know this is a question you get a fair amount of time, a fair amount on the YouTube page. How does a guy polish shoes, or a woman as well?
For a friend?
Yes.
Well, I was prepared to polish shoes. Can I talk about the book a little bit more?
Sure.
Just real quick, because I think it's important. The heart of my channel. Let me just share one quote from my channel. I say, what matters to me is not so much that you learn how to tie a tie or polish shoes. It's that you learn and feel deeply within yourself that somebody cares for you. I think the unique thing about my channel is that I'm trying to give hope to people. You know, I'm not the greatest shoe polisher. I'm not the greatest tie tire, although Craig's watching me every morning. So you know, so really the heart behind it is trying to walk alongside people and give them encouragement. And so in my book, I walk through some character traits that I learned from my siblings because, you know, we needed each other. When things kind of fell apart, so we looked to each other to rally around each other. And so I walked through, and my oldest sister was Mary, kind of kept family was important to her. My brother Tim was about having a backbone. My brother Rick was about a work ethic, and my sister Lori was about encouragement. And then my brother Joe was about don't hesitate. You know, if you got to make a decision, move. You know, analysis paralysis. And then my brother Don was about being generous, living life with an open hand. And so I had the benefit of being able to learn from them. So anyway, I can show you how to polish shoes.
We'll do that again next time, Rob.
Yeah, we'll put it on. We'll come back for that.
Oh, okay. All right.
Rob Kinney, thank you again. The book, by the way, it's called Dad, How Do I? And it is out now.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
The U.S. swimming star Katie Ledecky in the house.
Eddie, come on out. You're making me cry.
This is an incredible moment.
Join us every morning on Today.
It has been a long year.
Yeah, where it's been anything but normal.
Well, now there's hope. The COVID vaccines.
I know. It's been a little confusing.
Like really confusing.
So it's more important than ever to make a plan. Visit planyourvaccine.com
to find out where and when to get your vaccine.
What are you waiting for? Roll up your sleeves and plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
In a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
There's a new book out now by Jean Becker. It's called The Man I Knew. And Jenna, it's kind of personal to you. It's all about your grandfather.
Yeah, it sure is. And Jean worked closely with both of my grandparents for a number of years. First as deputy press secretary for my grandmother when she was first lady, and then moved on to work as my grandfather's chief of staff for nearly 25 years. Jean held a very special place in my Gampy's heart, and I got to sit down with her and started by asking her about that tough year when my grandfather left the White House.
For the first couple of months after he lost the election, he was much quieter than usual.
Jean Becker became chief of staff for my grandfather, George Herbert Walker Bush, in 1994, shortly after he left the White House.
And he sort of took his time to figure out what he wanted the next chapter in his life to be. He did surprise your grandmother with a cruise on what I call the Love Boat. Can you imagine being on a princess cruise and run into George and Barbara Bush?
Is it truly so commercial?
And he booked it without telling her. He surprised her, which is, I hope she remembered to pack a swimsuit.
I'd never seen it before, but he wrote this list of things that can help somebody get over losing the presidency of the United States, which also is kind of a guide to life, to anybody that's had heartbreak or failure.
Number one, get out of Dodge fast. Your history on that cold January day, so be pleasant about it. Smile a lot. Always count your blessings. And here's my favorite, number 10, hug your grandkids.
It makes me want to cry already. What was it about him that you most admired?
He knew how to handle the speed bumps in life. And as you know, he had a lot. He was shot down during World War II. They lost their daughter Robin to leukemia. He lost the election. He was so resilient. He knew how to pick himself up, dust himself off, and move on, and do great things.
In her new book, The Man I Knew, Jean gives us a glimpse into the man beyond the presidency, a devoted husband, a proud father, and a loving Gampy.
He sent this email to all of you, and I just love it. I'm a very happy Gampy. My legs don't bend too well. As you know, I had to give up fly fishing off the rocks, but there is plenty left to do. Plenty of wonderful things. I think of all of you an awful lot. I just wonder how each of you is doing in life, in college, in school. If you need me, I am here for you because I love you very much. This comes from your devoted Gampy.
Of course, you love traveling to some of the incredible places that you got to go, but one of your favorite places to go with Gampy was to the grocery store and to Sam's Club. Why is that so?
Because it was surreal. People were just stunned. They would get a flatbed pulley cart and walk around the store. Your grandfather bought a huge thing of Cheetos at least a couple times a month. I'm telling you, Jenna, there's still Cheetos here in Houston somewhere. grandfather bond.
I just love that. The other thing that it didn't surprise me, but I thought of Gampy this way, but I loved hearing it from you, was that he was such an idea person.
Your grandfather would come in the office about 7 o'clock every morning, and he would sit down at my desk and say, Gene, I have an idea. And sometimes it would be something as simple as getting pizza, but then it would be, I think I'm going to start parachuting. And I will tell you, Jenna, one of my great regrets of being your grandfather's chief of staff, I wish I wore a helmet cam on my head when I would go back to the Secret Service and say, good morning, how are you all today? Oh yeah, President Bush is going to start parachuting. Or we're going to go back to Chichijima in the middle of the South Pacific and there's no airport there. And the looks on their faces.
One thing that you got to witness at Sam's Club and everywhere, all over the world, was my grandparents' relationship. And 73 years of marriage.
Your grandmother used to say in her speeches and to young people that for a marriage to work, each partner had to give 55%.
She told me 75, but I think that was just particularly for me. And Henry to work.
The best story happened about a week before your grandmother died. Your grandfather was in the hospital. Your grandmother was on her way back to the hospital by ambulance. He said, well, I want to go see her. And Jenna, he looked awful. I tried to fix his hair, but there was nothing I could do with it. It was standing straight up like this. And he had on an oxygen mask, he had on a hospital gown, and he just sat there holding her hand. It was so sweet. And all of a sudden, your grandmother opened her eyes and looked at him and said, my God, George, you are devastatingly good looking. And then she closed her eyes again and went back to wherever she was.
Jean spent nearly a quarter of a century as one of my grandfather's most trusted confidants. And since his death in November 2018, she's worked passionately to share his legacy.
During that funeral week, people just couldn't quit talking about him enough and what a great man he was and everything he accomplished. You know, he was very modest, but I'm thrilled that he lived to see history understood him. History finally got his heart and soul.
Okay, that is so incredibly poignant. And I like the story she told about how she was holding his hand at the very end.
Yeah, the last words that that he ever said to her, she coughed, and he was holding her hands, and he said, Jean, are you okay? And those were the last words, and she thinks it was a double meaning.
Right.
You know, are you okay?
With me,
but
yeah,
also,
with me
are
going.
you going to be okay?
Oh.
And then, you know, the last words he ever said were to my dad, and they were, I love you. So Jean's book, The Man I Knew, is out now. I love that I got to speak with her and celebrate him, and you can check it out now at today.com/shop.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright. Are you ready? We're going to do our part to spread the word on the importance of vaccines, so crucial for reopening America.
A big day around here, a very special naturalization ceremony.
Many of them doctors, nurses, other essential workers.
If you are a nurse, thank you.
Spring has sprung, guys, and we want to fill this season with some fun and surprises.
Yes.
This is the face of excitement.
Celebrating Earth Day.
Let's change the world.
Love it!
Hey guys, welcome today. So happy you're joining us.
The U.S. swimming star Katie Ledecky in the house.
Eddie, come on out. You're making me cry.
This is an incredible moment.
Join us every morning on Today. Make the most of your day with
Today in
30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day. Make the most of your day with Today All Day. Get closer to all your friends at Today in a whole new way.
Today in
30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Shop today with Jill Martin.
We're helping you shop like never before.
The latest styles and biggest names. Today Food.
Things are heating up in the Today All Day kitchen.
Cooking essentials and recipe inspiration.
Get ready. Are you ready?
Oh, I'm so ready.
Only on Today All Day.
It was a love story born on Broadway. Amanda Kloots and Nick Cordero first became friends in 2014 while appearing in the musical Bullets Over Broadway. Amanda was in the ensemble, and Nick played a lead alongside actor Zach Braff. They tied the knot in New York City in 2017. Almost 2 years later, Amanda gave birth to a baby boy named Elvis. But their happiness was cut short. At age 41, Nick became ill with what doctors first thought was pneumonia, but was later confirmed to be coronavirus. By late March of 2020, Nick was hospitalized. He was placed in a medically induced coma and put on a ventilator. For the next 3 months, Amanda used social media to provide updates and receive support.
There isn't much I can do. I'm here and I can't be at the hospital, but I can play his music. And I really do believe that that is going to help.
Every day, thousands of her friends and followers sang and danced to Nick's song, Live Your Life. There were moments filled with hope.
Dada is awake! Yay!
But on July 5th, after 95 days of fighting the disease, Nick passed away. Now, 1 year later, Amanda is sharing her memories of Nick, his music, and his legacy in the book, Live Your Life. And joining us now is our friend Amanda Kloots. Boy, watching that journey again, I just wonder where you are today in this moment.
Hi, ladies. It's so nice to see you this morning.
You too.
I know watching that video got me emotional. But guys, I'm doing okay. I'm doing okay. Every day is a journey, The roller coaster of grief has a lot of ups and downs and twists and turns. I am so happy and proud of this book. I really am. It's so wonderful to see so many people reading it. I got the most lovely messages yesterday from people, from my followers, from friends, and it's just wonderful to see people receiving the book and reading it and loving it, and just not letting Nick's memory go away.
Yeah, Amanda, the book is really beautiful, and I particularly liked how you wrote about grief. And after Nick passed away, you Googled stages. Where am I in this grief process? And you basically realized that the stages of grief aren't for you, that's not how you grieve.
Yes, Jenna, I am a very type A kind of girl. So I was like, okay, grief, Google, what am I supposed to do? Give me the instructions. And they didn't really apply to me. When Nick passed, I write this in the book, and there's a lot that you'll read in the book that I wasn't able to share at the time, especially how he passed and those days that he passed and the days after. I just felt almost like I wasn't allowed to go to the hospital anymore, that he was still there, but I wasn't allowed in. So for me, I didn't go through those first stages of grief. At first, I kind of just kept going, kept doing my normal daily activities. It hit me weeks later. And, but my overall theme for grief is that I know Nick would want me to move forward. I know he would want me to find joy. I know he would want me to be the strongest woman and mother I could possibly be. So I always keep that in the back of my head.
Well, when we see beautiful Elvis there, I was just so stunned to think 2 years old. And I can only imagine, his memories are going to be very just sparse about his dad, obviously. But what are you already telling him about Nick?
I just make sure to include Nick in everything we do. I say good morning, and I sing a song to Elvis, and I say good morning, good morning, good morning to you, good morning to Elvis, good morning to Mama, good morning to Dada. We kiss Dada goodnight every night. We listen to Nick's music. I tell him that Dada visits him in his dreams. I just always include Nick in everything we do. I just don't want his memory to die. And I know that Elvis one day will be able to read this book and know his father's true story, which I'm so grateful for.
Yeah, the other thing you write about and you've said is that you've never felt closer to God than those days in the hospital, which may seem to some people like, how is that possible? You're losing the love of your life, but you've kept your faith.
Yes, Jenna, I just buckled down. I've realized in retrospect, in the hardest times of my life, going through my divorce and then losing Nick, I just go right down to my faith and I give that burden to God. And yes, I still carry it. Yes, I was in the hospital, still terrified, but at least I gave the bulk of that to a higher power. And when you do that, it lifts that weight off of you. And I really did, and I still do this day, have a deeper understanding and stronger faith because of what we went through. And I know that God is with us, that God is with Nick, that God was with us during that time. I felt that presence every single day.
Well, Amanda, I just want to show you something. This is what I wore into work today.
Oh,
in your honor. I have to say, Amanda's always putting goodness out in the world. I know that these T-shirts that you've been selling them, and every time I put this on and I have a couple of them, I think about you and I think about everything that you are going through and what a bright light you are. So we just want to say thank you, and thanks for putting these words on paper, and I'm sure it'll be a real healing element for a lot of folks.
Oh, well, thank you so much, you guys. Hoda, I read your book every morning, just so you know.
Highlights for Children is celebrating its 75th anniversary.
And I was so excited to do this story. I sat down with two of the company's leaders who also happen to be descendants of the founders, and they shared a rich history of family, learning, and lots of fun with a purpose.
I think the secret is always to look at the world through the kids' eyes.
If you've ever waited in the doctor's office, chances are you've seen the bright covers of Highlights magazine and the hidden picture puzzles inside. Like this one, where you might find a lollipop, an ice cream cone, even a toothbrush. But Pat Mickelson knows that there's a lot more to the history of her family's business than pictures. What began as a magazine 75 years ago has expanded across multiple platforms to reach more than 10 million young readers in 40 countries.
Can you take me back to the beginning and how it all started?
It started with my grandparents.
Gary Cleveland Myers, a child psychologist, and Caroline Clark Myers, an educator, dreamed of starting a magazine for children.
They really wanted to make something that would be very, very special to help children grow.
So in 1946, they started Highlights in Honesdale, Pennsylvania.
How was it received right off the bat?
Within 2 or 3 months, they had over 5,000 subscribers. That's going door to door to door, because that's the only way that magazines were sold back then.
But that success was not without its setbacks.
They very quickly found out that creating a magazine could be very expensive, and they really needed to find other ways to get that magazine into children's hands. They almost went bankrupt.
In 1950, the 50 cents per issue publication was on the verge of collapse, so Pat's parents decided to join the company and suggest something new.
My parents began to experiment with direct marketing through the mails and through putting it in doctors' offices. Those are the things then that really made Highlights grow.
Then, after 10 successful years, came tragedy in December 1960.
2 planes collided over New York City, and my parents died in that crash.
I mean, how do you move on from that? Not just as a company, but as a family.
Any family that's experienced that kind of tragedy will tell you, you just do. You can continue on with this dream.
Since then, the company has distributed more than 1.3 billion editions, celebrating every anniversary along the way, from their 10th to their 50th and now 75th. And leadership remains in the family. The founder's great-grandson, Kent Johnson, is the current CEO.
We put love into every page to have the greatest possible impact on the kid that's going to receive that magazine. The secret is it's really hard work of people who are professionally dedicated to this idea of helping children become their best selves.
Highlights also aims to represent all children, from those who wear hijabs to those with same-sex parents. And the magazine is acting as an outlet to help kids understand their world.
I remember a story from a couple magazines ago about a little girl who had 2 homes. I've never talked to my son about divorce before. You know, I just haven't had the need to. And his immediate response is, so-and-so in school also has 2 homes. And it just told a story to him that was normalized.
It's through story that we build empathy for the others around us.
Young readers can even send a letter to the staff on any topic that's important to them.
Do they all get read, or is there just a pile of letters somewhere?
From the very beginning, every child's letter has been read. That's over 2.5 million.
Wow. And counting. Everyone's asleep. Thanks to curious kids like my own son, Cal. Oh, we read it. Like, as soon as it comes in the mail, we read it every night at dinner. It just became his favorite thing. So to date, get this, Highlights has hidden more than 2,000 pencils and bananas and toothbrushes across nearly 10,000 hidden picture puzzles. And take a look at this one. They designed a special one just for us. So you want to head to our Instagram page at Third Hour Today to see if you can find all of the images inside. I've started to look and I'm like, I don't see a few. So
In this issue, they've got dad's jokes.
Oh, that's you.
Do you know what dinosaurs used to make hot dogs?
No, what?
Jurassic pork.
But you got laughter
That's so
from
old,
everyone.
I fell off my dinosaur.
You've got material for days now.
I could do a whole magazine of these.
No, to bring this full circle and before we move on, the fact that you read it as a child, for me, it changed my life in my grandpa's doctor's office. For you, and now you're reading it to Calvin. I mean, it just goes to show. Anyway.
It's got staying power.
It is.
Happy 70th
I could do without the
birthday.
timber toast.
Which I loved.
This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app. Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know. The biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic!
Exclusive interviews.
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
And important headlines.
Major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day.
Some experts say that this bill still isn't enough. Do you accept that criticism? There's been a ton of confusion from the CDC. Can we try to clear some of this up? What are the issues that the party stands for? That seems to be the missing piece here. If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
And when we talk reading, JBH.
Oh, yes.
You got a really inspiring, you got an inspiring story.
I think we ought to move back with these kids. We're blocking these kids.
Oh, we shouldn't block them, but I had the best day, y'all. The fraternity brothers of Kappa Alpha Psi are adding some extra classroom time to their already busy college schedules. They travel from all over the country to visit elementary schools like the Promise Academy in Harlem to read to kids and hopefully spark a love of literature. The Kappa Alpha Psi fraternity brothers are hitting the books. Children's books.
The book we're going to read today is Tommy and the Greedy Cat.
The college students spend their spare time leading a hands-on books program at elementary schools and a partnership with nonprofit Room to Read.
It was Tommy, she said.
It's all to promote literacy skills and a lifelong passion for reading.
Oh, who wants to read another book? Okay, good.
35 fraternity chapters aim to reach thousands of students across the nation this year.
You see the smiles on their faces just from taking a few minutes to read a book. And they speak about, how reading used to not be fun and now we can make it fun.
How do you feel about that book?
Great.
In the book's pages, a cultural connection. The African American fraternity shares books written by South African authors.
I think it's really interesting to be able to look and see that students, just like you all, are doing the same thing across the world. They actually show students, specifically students of color, that, you can see yourself in these books and you can have this fairy tale.
It also opens them to like a different culture that they may have not been aware of.
Did y'all have access to books that you could relate to when y'all were growing up?
No, not at all. not at all. Yeah.
Relatable books and relatable role models. Michael, a kid said something to you the first time you participated in this program that really kind of blew you away. What was it?
He had never seen a black man in a suit before. And so to sit down with him and read, it meant a lot to him. He comes from a single parent household, just him and his mom. It just kind of makes me think about when I was younger, and I didn't have that father figure or that male figure in my life to kind of read to me or to have that kind of bond.
Growing up, I didn't really get to see a lot of black professionals doing what we're doing. And so I think for us to be able to come into the classroom and kind of show them that regardless of their background, regardless of their race, ethnicity, their socioeconomic status, that they do have an opportunity to go to college. They do have an opportunity to be successful.
The Kappas mainly focus on kids in schools in low-income areas, setting an example they hope will make a difference.
I do a song with them by the rapper Nas. It's called I Can. I know I can.
I know I can.
Be what I want to be. Always believe in yourself, because if you know you can be anything in the world that you want to be. Always remember to read.
The men sparking a love for reading that continues long after they leave the classroom.
Who here wants to take a book home with you? What struck me the most was how excited they are to be able to actually take the books home with them.
I got 7 books.
It's something you don't always think about.
And it shows you they need books,
They
right?
need books. They need books.
That they don't have these books in their home.
Yeah.
So all of these books on your desk, you get to take them home?
Yeah.
They're yours?
Yeah.
Who gave them to you? What about these guys do you think is pretty cool?
They are awesome readers. I thought that reading wasn't really that cool, but when they started reading, it showed me that we can read in many different ways.
Raise your hand if you want to read with them again. That's everybody. What's really cool about it is that you're changing their minds maybe about reading and that it can be cool and fun, but you're also changing their perception on life, on what they can be. What does that feel like?
It makes you speechless because it just kind of comes full circle, especially like when your goal is to be that person that you didn't see growing up. It's a one-of-a-kind experience that you can't take for granted and that you always cherish forever.
We are joined now by some of the Promise Academy second graders. You guys ready? Yeah, this is Kennedy and Mia.
Yeah, so Mia, why do you love reading with those guys?
I love reading with the guys because they inspire me to have better reading, and they.
Okay, we're gonna come out here. She's still talking.
We've got a little surprise for you.
You guys got to take all those books home. Was that cool?
Yes.
Was that really cool?
Yes.
Well, guess what? Do you see what's on this plaza?
Yes.
What is it?
Books.
Yo, this is a book fair just for you. Go for it.
Do they get to take as many as they want?
Take as many books as you want.
Have at it. Run, grab books. Go.
Go for it.
Go. Be safe. Be careful.
Go for it.
Be careful. We are also joined by some of the brothers of Kappa Alpha Psi. There they are. There they are. Give me names here, gentlemen. What's your name?
Evan Jackson.
Evan Jackson.
Michael Weaver.
Mike Weaver from the story, from JBH's story there. First of all, full disclosure, my uncle, Grant Polmark, long time in Columbia, South Carolina, James Melvin, big KSI member. So I have been familiar with the good works that you guys have been doing for a long time. But this project in particular, how did it come about?
We're good.
Yeah, so we had this really incredible opportunity. We had already been doing our hands-on books program, and we had the opportunity to partner with Room to Read, which was so awesome for us because they're such an established organization that's doing such great work. So it was a great opportunity to merge the two initiatives and do something great for the children.
What are you getting?
And as you look at these boys and girls stuff their bags with books, what are you thinking?
I think it's amazing. There's a quote that says, today readers, tomorrow's leaders. And I truly think that these are the future leaders of America. And with these books, they'll be encouraged and confident and ready to grow and extend their wings and soar high like eagles.
JBH, how are they doing over there?
I'm over here with Kennedy. Kennedy, what do you think? Yeah! We just need one word. But, babe, can you even carry this?
No.
Is it getting too heavy?
Yes.
What do you want to say to these guys?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Keep reading. By the way, I think that's your book club pick over there on that shelf. Is that Lupita Nyong'o's book?
Yes, it is.
My
and by the way,
goodness.
Craig, we want to thank all of the publishers who provided all of these awesome books for us. It's pretty great. They're making some kids' days.
Now listen, if you don't have your bag stuffed with books, there's something wrong. Get as many as you can in there, and we'll help you carry them, okay?
There you go.
Cap Alpha Psi, thank you. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Well done.
Everybody's got a favorite book from their childhood, sometimes stories of adversity and triumph, trials and tribulations, but the heroes of those stories are often lacking in diversity.
Yeah, it's true. According to a recent study, actually, more children's book features white characters than all other types of visible minorities combined.
And that's one reason why Jenna sat down with some really bright young minds to talk about the importance of representation, especially in this particular moment.
Oh my gosh, and by the way, these kids are incredible. We had an eye-opening conversation about how books featuring characters of different skin colors, cultures, and beliefs not only help underrepresented communities feel seen, they can also change attitudes towards them. Our story begins with 3 avid readers.
My name is Riley. I'm 9 years old. I am the founder and CEO of the Brown Bookcase.
My name is Sydney. I am 14 and I am the founder and CEO of Books and Bros.
I'm Caitlin. I am 15 years old and I am the founder of the book blog Caitlin Aldea.
All of these impressive young ones already making their mark in the book world. Caitlin is a popular teen book blogger based in the Philippines who frequently champions and promotes diverse voices online. Sydney's Books and Bros is a subscription-based book company focused on empowering boys and promoting African-American literature. And after struggling to find characters that look like her, Riley opened an independent online bookstore called The Brown Bookcase that curates diverse children's books.
Raise your hand if you've ever had the issue where you couldn't find books with characters that look like you.
I feel like the world is changing, but not enough yet to where I feel like it should be easy for African American boys and girls to find books that represent themselves.
African American children should have books that they're able to relate to as well.
How important is representation? Why does it matter?
Representation for me is very important because if you don't see yourself represented, how are you going to see yourself as a positive figure when you do get to see somebody who looks like you as the main character and the main hero? You kind of feel like empowered, like I can be a superhero too, and that's something that every kid should be able to feel.
Why do you think it's important that we read about other cultures, that I read about other cultures, that you guys read about other cultures?
So we can normalize whiteness not being the default, because when I was younger, I used to think that because I was not white, I was like different. When you read from a perspective that like isn't really yours, you realize that you can still relate to someone who's different from you.
That's how you kind of become ignorant to a culture, is by not understanding it and making false assumptions about it.
To help bridge that understanding gap, I asked these 3 young book experts for a favor: book recommendations for their peers.
My summer pick is I Believe I Can by Grace Byers. I picked that book because it tells a lot about what you can try to do. No dream is too big to accomplish.
My pick is Ghost Boys. Ghost Boys is a book that kind of talks about police brutality. So it's about a 12-year-old boy who was actually shot by the police, and his ghost kind of goes to the police officer's daughter, and they kind of just like talk in a sense. So the story is about their friendship. It's a way of understanding everything in society that's going on right now in a way that's not too harsh on like young readers.
I chose Love from A to Z by S.K. Albi. It's about 2 Muslim teens. One is Zainab, and she recently got suspended by an Islamophobic teacher. And she meets a boy named Adam at an airport, and it's about their love story. Even though Zainab faces a lot of microaggressions for being Muslim, she still experiences a lot of joy in her life.
I feel like this is a book club meeting and I'm a teacher again, and I'm having so much fun. You are so inspirational. Every single one of you is. You guys can be my forever kid correspondent.
I left that meeting feeling so inspired, so we decided to do a little something about it. I'm excited to announce that all 3 books chosen by our young experts will be our official picks for a very special summer kids edition of Read with Jenna.
So you are starting a book club with them.
Yes, I sure am.
That's
So
a
you
great
guys
idea.
can find them on today.com/readwithjenna and our Read with Jenna Instagram page. They got to choose the first 3 kids picks.
That's cool.
By the way, you're right. You said that you feel hopeful about the future after
I
interviewing
sure
those
did.
kids. I get it.
And I read those books, guys, and if you're looking at a way to have some diversity in your own bookshelf, it's a great way to start. I know that was a priority for
Well,
me.
we've always known that representation matters, but to hear them talk about precisely why it matters, like through their eyes, especially that Sydney kid.
Yes, and he great.
Yeah.
They were
Thank you for that,
Thanks,
JBH.
Jenna.
Thank you, thank you.
It has been a long year.
Yeah, where it's been anything but normal.
Well, now there's hope. The COVID vaccines.
I know. It's been a little confusing.
Like really confusing. So it's more important than ever to make a plan. Visit planyourvaccine.com
to find out where and when to get your vaccine.
What are you waiting for? Roll up your sleeves and plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
The U.S. swimming star Katie Ledecky in the house.
Eddie, come on out. You're making me cry.
This is an incredible moment.
Join us every morning on Today. Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app. Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know. The biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic.
Exclusive interviews.
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
And important headlines.
Major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day.
Some experts say that this bill still isn't enough. Do you accept that criticism? There's been a ton of confusion from the CDC. Can we try to clear some of this up? What are the issues that the party stands for? That seems to be the missing piece here. If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
I think pictures are powerful. They are tools used to communicate. And so I feel a responsibility to tell stories that reflect experiences that look like mine, experiences that aren't often seen in picture books. So it's really important for me to create pictures that are empowering to as many different kids as possible. My name is Christian Robinson. I'm an author and illustrator of picture books. I think children are the best audience. They're curious, but they're also very honest, and you kind of have to present things to them in that way. What am I drawing? A tiger! That's right. Okay. It's been a while since I've drawn a tiger, so I might need some help.
Try your best.
That's a good point. You know, I've illustrated many picture books by different authors, but with Matt in particular, our collaboration has been more of a collaboration where we're actually communicating. There's been times when I've worked on books and I've never met the author, never emailed them, but with Matt, we kind of developed a friendship.
I met Christian back in 2014. So Christian and I collaborated on first Last Stop on Market Street, and then our second book together was Carmela Full of Wishes.
His writing gave me a sense of appreciation for my own story. A story like Last Stop on Market Street about a boy and his grandmother riding a bus in the city. That was my experience. And I don't think I even valued or appreciated it or saw it as something worth spotlighting in a story. But Matt did that.
When I got the initial art, I was just so moved by how he fleshed out the story. And I think that's what good artists do. He just wants to put a good book into the hands of young people, and that's his focus. Christian and I, we were on tour for Carmela, And we had a little time to waste away before our event. And so we sat down at a cafe and we started to talk about, what do we want to do next? What do we want to collaborate on next?
I think I mentioned to Matt, like, what if we did a story about a child who has an incarcerated parent and he had a spark in his eye.
I took it as a challenge. How do you write about having an incarcerated parent in a picture book?
He wrote down some notes and then we have Milo Imagines the World. Milo's a young artist. I was a young artist. Milo has a mother who is incarcerated. Growing up, my mother was in prison for most of my childhood. So yeah, Milo's story is my story. Growing up, I was raised by my grandmother. She was my caregiver. She not only took care of me, she took care of my brother, my 2 cousins, my aunt, and we all lived in this tiny 1-bedroom apartment in LA. We didn't have much space or means, and looking back, I recognized that creativity, drawing and making pictures was my way of having some say over my circumstances.
I've had Christian since he was 5 months. Unexpectedly, his father brought him to me.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Let's go. And good evening from New Orleans. There is breaking news.
Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Start your day with us every morning. Get your daily dose of news on the go with the Today podcast. Boom. And stream Today anytime you want.
Today, all day.
Every day. Wherever you are, Today is there.
U.S. swimming star Katie Ledecky in the house.
Eddie, come on out. You're making me cry.
This is an incredible moment.
Join us every morning on Today.
Some experts say that this bill still isn't enough. Do you accept that criticism? There's been a ton of confusion from the CDC. Can we try to clear some of this up? What are the issues that the party stands for? That seems to be the missing piece here. If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
He was an infant without any warning, which was a shock. Seeing your mother in an institution and knowing she was in and out of his life from the time he was 5 months old until he was a young man. It was hard for Christian, but he didn't voice his feelings until he grew older, and was able to express.
My relationship with my mother is somewhat distant. Growing up, she was in and out of prison for most of my childhood. She struggles with drug addiction and mental health.
There was no other way it would not have affected him because she wasn't consistent. And the times that she was in his life, she showed him a great deal of love.
I in no way look at her as some kind of antagonist in my story. One of my most favorite memories of my mother growing up was when I was about maybe 7 or 8. She had just gotten out of prison and she reached out to me and said, I would love to spend the day with you, the whole day. What do you want to do? I went with The Lion King because the movie had been out for a while and everyone was talking about it. And I just remember having that connection, making that connection for the first time of like, oh, people who draw make these movies. I like to draw. Maybe I could be someone who draws and makes stories. And I totally credit my mother for giving me that experience and that opportunity.
There was a point in his time when he was involved in modeling clay. I have quite a few little clay figures that he created when he was 8. So that led me to believe, or let me know that he did have more of a bent toward art. He could have turned the fact that his mother wasn't there for him, he could have turned that in destructively, as opposed to being positive and creating a life that he's satisfied with, which I'm very proud.
One thing I really admire about Christian is he's so dedicated to the art of the project. He's not as interested in the business side of it. He doesn't worry about the bestseller lists or what awards a book is getting.
There are not enough books, children's books, for children of color to connect with.
Our stories matter, especially those that we don't always see. You know, we live in a country with one of the highest incarceration rates in the world. So there are a lot of families that know this experience, and unfortunately, not that many stories that reflect it. So I just hope to let those young people know that their story matters and that it's valuable.
We are exploring one of the nation's newest police academies that is setting out to break a lot of barriers. Craig's in Minneapolis with more on this. Hey, Craig, good morning.
Hey, guys, good to see you. You know, I'd never seen a police academy like this. To your point, though, over the last few years, there really have been widespread protests here in Minneapolis, all over the country, calls to defund the police, waves of early retirements by officers. Stepping into this moment are 9 students graduating today from the police academy at Lincoln University. It's the first ever at a historically black college or university, and the chief who started it says it's an effort to create the change he wants to see.
Hands up! Don't shoot!
Across the country, voices sharing outrage and frustration in the wake of police violence, calling for a reckoning over how officers protect and serve. One possible solution can be found on a hill overlooking Jefferson City, Missouri. This is Lincoln University, an historically black college founded to educate black veterans of the Civil War.
The history here at Lincoln is so rich.
Yes, sir. That history inspired Chief Gary Hill,
the first officer,
to open the first police academy at an HBCU.
How did this come to be?
So I started calling the contacts that I've made over the last 20 years. People were like, that is a great idea. Why hasn't anyone thought about that?
In a building bearing the address 911 and elsewhere, the students do their coursework. Among them is Andre Jefferson.
You decided to become a police officer around the same time this country was dealing with the murder of George Floyd, the killing of Breonna Taylor. All of that's happening, and meanwhile, Andre decides, you know what? I want to wear the uniform.
Yes, sir.
How did you deal with that?
I can't let that situation stop me. People are, I'm gonna lose friends, I'm gonna lose family. You gotta stand for who you are. Go achieve your goals, be who you are, make something out of yourself, prove people wrong.
The latest research shows 67% of police officers in the United States are white. Just over 12% are black. That closely mirrors the racial makeup of the general population. But recent data shows that 2/3 of large police departments are whiter than the communities they police. Chief Hill says black officers walk a line between their work and their communities. In some ways, that makes them uniquely qualified to do the job.
How is the approach to training at an HBCU, how is it different than it might be at another law enforcement training academy?
Our curriculum is the same curriculum that's taught across the state. So there's really not that much different with the exception of the discussions that we have in class.
They watch videos of recent high-profile episodes, searching for meaning, debating how to do better.
As you hear the students having these discussions, what are you thinking?
Even though the minority of students in this class are white, the majority are black, it's good to see the discussion and the different chain of thoughts that they have. Not everyone sees it the same way.
The day we were there, the students put what they'd learned to the test. Chief Hill set up a mock road rage incident. The students didn't know what they were responding to.
You were speeding through the light.
Hey, how y'all doing? I'm Officer Henderson.
It becomes obvious pretty quickly that they are not in the classroom anymore.
Okay, one at a time, sir.
No, listen to me.
Andre arrives as backup.
Over here and talk to you.
That's ridiculous.
Together, they manage to separate the enraged drivers.
Index, end of scenario.
When it's over, the chief doesn't sugarcoat the criticism.
When we get here and there's chaos going on, what should you have done?
Separate.
Did you do that?
No, sir.
But he also works to build up his students.
Have faith and confidence in yourself, okay? Because when you get out there and you don't have faith and confidence in yourself, they will know that.
Hey guys, what's going on?
Tiaja Fairley is next. She's from East St. Louis and says she'd never seen a black female officer growing up.
Sorry, what's your name?
She kept the fact that she'd entered a police academy a secret from family and friends until recently. During the exercise, she's able to de-escalate the situation.
Can you stay right here? I'm gonna talk to him.
We talked to her afterward.
I feel like it's just learning how to talk to people.
Tiaja now dreams of becoming a homicide detective.
I feel like I could be a role model, kinda. Well, I hope to be a role model because I never seen nothing like this.
Calm both the parties down.
That's the chief's dream, to put these young people in the driver's seat and guide them to a better future. And here's the thing, all of the students that we talked to who are graduating today, they all have jobs lined up as well. And the chief said that they've also got 13 applicants for the next class. And the response beyond Lincoln has been pretty incredible so far. Departments around the country, they've sent messages of support. Some have even donated gear to the program. The chief has been asked to come to the White House and brief on the program there and how maybe they can take it to scale, guys.
Yeah, it's a brilliant idea. When you see it, you're like, why hasn't that been around for a long, long time?
And what that one female officer said is so important, that if, growing up, seeing police officers who look like you, make all I still remember in Queens, growing up, when the first time there was a beat police officer in my neighborhood, it was like, wow, that makes a difference.
Wow.
Make a difference. That was a good story.
Thank you, Craig.
That was terrific.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright. Are you ready? We're going to do our part to spread the word on the importance of vaccines, so crucial for reopening America.
A big day around here, a very special naturalization ceremony.
Many of them doctors, nurses, other essential workers.
If you are a nurse, thank you.
Spring has sprung, guys, and we want to fill this season with some fun and surprises.
Yes.
This is the face of excitement.
Celebrating Earth Day.
Let's change the world.
Love it!
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
It has been a long year.
Yeah, where it's been anything but normal.
Well, now there's hope. The COVID vaccines.
I know. It's been a little confusing.
Like really confusing. So it's more important than ever to make a plan. Visit planyourvaccine.com
to find out where and when to get your vaccine.
What are you waiting for? Roll up your sleeves and plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey, yo, online, y'all.
On June 6th, 17-year-old Eric Lucas led a Black Lives Matter demonstration in Shorewood, Wisconsin. But the peaceful protest took a turn when a white woman spat in Eric's face.
Injustice anywhere is a detriment to justice everywhere. Day in and day out, my hope diminishes. The hope that my people and me, a young black man living in a white America, can one day be equal.
Eric grew up in an abusive home and eventually landed in foster care.
At a young age, I've seen a lot. Had to adapt to a lot, had to learn from a lot, had to grow up and be more mature at a younger age. So I could adapt and continue to move forward.
At age 13, he was placed with the McCorkle family, who later became his guardians, moving him to the suburb of Shorewood, Wisconsin.
Everything changed. My world flipped upside down. I'm coming from poverty and I'm coming from the poor parts of Milwaukee. So I'm in a predominantly white neighborhood with folks that I feel like don't understand me.
Immediately, Eric says he felt out of place in his new school.
The first month of me going to school at Sherwood Intermediate School, a white kid that lived in Sherwood as well told me to get on the bus and ride, catch the city bus back to where I'm from.
In the streets, where it's at, we gon' take our business back.
But soon he would find his footing with a group of friends who shared his views.
Some of my best friends that I'm still cool with today, they introduced me to an organization called Urban Underground. And Urban Underground taught me a lot about systemic oppression and how to point out systemic oppression, how to fight systemic oppression.
Through that education, Eric felt compelled to speak out against racial injustice for himself and his community.
I'm tired of feeling like this. I'm tired of seeing other folks that look like me being tired of this, and I'm tired of hearing about it. I'm tired of talking about it. I'm tired of seeing it on the news. I'm tired of growing up and watching it happen all my life and me still sitting here and not doing anything. I'm tired of being scared. I'm tired of feeling like I have to be the voice for my people.
And as Eric watched the killing of George Floyd, he knew he needed to stand up.
I just thought, okay, what can I do to create a symbol? Not a symbol of peace, not a symbol of equality, but a symbol of tiredness and a symbol of affirmative action, a symbol of fighting back. And I came to the conclusion that it's time to march.
And march he did. On June 6th, Eric organized a peaceful Black Lives Matter protest in Shorewood.
My parents were there as well. I felt empowered. It was exhilarating seeing the crowd, seeing the people, seeing how we control the crowd and how the crowd listen, and just stepping up to the plate and leading with the folks that I love and that love me back.
But it was overshadowed by this incident that went viral of Eric being spat on by Stephanie Rapkin. She was later arrested and charged with disorderly conduct with a hate crime modifier. She has pled not guilty.
I feel like I got a small piece of the point across. I feel like more often than not, the movement is lost in the assault because more people tend to focus on how I was assaulted and they don't really focus on the great work that we was putting forth.
Despite the setback, Eric is determined to continue on his path.
I'm gonna start us off by saying, hey, I love y'all.
So I think right now, I'm feeling empowered by my people coming here to show out and showing support of me and people that look like us and people that's not of my color to come out and support and show love to us as well. So just revolutionary, angry, motivated. I'm not tired, I'm energized.
That young man is using his voice, Chanel Jones. Started at 15.
Unbelievable. You know, it's so interesting when we started these stories, once we started to see all of these protests, I was talking to our executive producer and we were thinking, who are some of these young people who are out there on the front lines? Black, white, you name it. And can you imagine someone spitting in your kid's face? And he's handling it so gracefully. And one thing this proves is that every person out there has a story.
Some experts say that this bill still isn't enough. Do you accept that criticism? There's been a ton of confusion from the CDC. Can we try to clear some of this up? What are the issues that the party stands for? That seems to be the missing piece here. If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Start your day with us every morning. Get your daily dose of news on the go with the Today podcast. And stream Today anytime you want.
Today, all day.
Every day.
Wherever you are, Today is there.
It has been a long year.
Yeah, where it's been anything but normal.
Well, now there's hope. The COVID vaccines.
I know. It's been a little confusing.
Like really confusing. So it's more important than ever to make a plan. Visit planyourvaccine.com
to find out where and when to get your vaccine.
What are you waiting for?
Roll up your sleeves and plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Hey guys, welcome today. So happy you're joining us.
The U.S. swimming star Katie Ledecky in the house.
Eddie, come on out. You're making me cry.
This is an incredible moment.
Join us every morning on Today.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright. Are you ready? We're going to do our part to spread the word on the importance of vaccines, so crucial for reopening America.
A big day around here, a very special naturalization ceremony.
Many of them doctors, nurses, other essential workers.
If you are a nurse, thank you.
Spring has sprung, guys, and we want to fill this season with some fun and surprises.
Yes.
This is the face of excitement.
Celebrating Earth Day.
Let's change the world.
Love it!
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
When you want to do something, you don't have to think in how old are you. Do it.
94-year-old Angela Alvarez is still living an incredible life, one that's taken her from Camagüey, Cuba, to Baton Rouge, and now Hollywood.
I dance with it, boom, and then I put the boom like this, and I make exercise. Then I feel that I could be famous, but my father say no.
For more than 75 years, this great-grandmother has been singing and composing songs. Traditional Cuban music, personal, powerful, and until now, private.
Music is such a big part of our culture, and it was a big part of your family as well.
Nana's been singing to us since we were kids. Every chance she had to grab a guitar, she would sing to us. I began to get curious about these songs that she was singing. And one day I called her up and I said, I want you to sing me the songs that you composed and what they're about. And she walks out with these notebooks out of her room. There was like more than 40 songs. And these songs were like a diary of her life.
That musical diary, the basis of the new documentary, Miss Angela, narrated by Andy Garcia.
Andy, Angela's story very much is a story of so many Cuban Americans across this country. What was the hook for you that said, I have to do this?
When I heard her music, I was so moved by it. I was moved by her story, and that was it.
Angela's story began as a little girl, growing up in Cuba, writing her songs in secret, eventually getting married and starting a family. But in the 1960s, life took a turn after the Cuban Revolution. She made the painful decision to send her 4 kids to the United States as part of Operation Pedro Pan, the mass exodus of 14,000 unaccompanied Cuban children fleeing communist oppression. Angela eventually left Cuba for the U.S., reuniting with her family after 5 long years of separation.
Was it difficult to make this movie?
No. It was very easy for me because I wanted that people know what happened.
The anguish she experienced, the love she felt, her life in exile, all of it written down in song, strummed on her guitar.
What do you think it is about Cuban music that almost hypnotizes people?
It's the very heartbeat of who we are, you know. And also for us exiles, it's a little something to ease the pain, you know. Sometimes you can't be where you want to be for many reasons, but you can build your culture and preserve it. And music does that. Music, you know, helps you find solace in the place that you left behind.
And for Angela, the dream that started in Cuba never died.
Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in finally making a teenage girl's dreams come true.
Angela found her way to the stage, performing at the historic Avalon in Los Angeles, sharing her music for the first time in a major way.
I pinched me many times, Angela, that's true, are you dreaming? And it was a real dream, yes. Made me feel very happy.
Now, Carlos is making sure his grandmother's music and legacy lives on, recording Angela's debut album with a lineup of Grammy Award-winning musicians.
Was it difficult to actually produce an album with your grandmother?
It was probably the most fulfilling and gratifying experience of my life and my career.
So Angela, what do you think your father and your husband would think that you now have a movie and an album coming out?
Well, if they was here, I know they feel proud of me.
What a voice. And that spotlight is just getting bigger and bigger. Angela just landed a role in the remake of Father of the Bride alongside Andy Garcia, so she's acting a movie now. That film, Miss Angela, is now streaming on iTunes and YouTube. And Angela's debut album is available on all streaming music platforms, so you can buy it. Listen, this was obviously so personal for me because I'm Cuban American. It was amazing to hear her story, and it is a beautiful story. The music is incredible, and you don't have to speak Spanish to just really appreciate that type of music in her story.
Her heart's in it when she's singing it because they came from her heart.
Yeah, and you almost want to translate the lyrics because they're so powerful and personal. It was great. It was a great story to do, and I'm really excited about all the stuff happening to her.
We're Team Angela now. Too.
Yeah, there you go.
Andy
I like
Garcia
that
looking
pronouncer.
pretty darn good.
Yeah. Melvin with the pronouncer. Can I get it one more time?
Angela?
No,
we'll take it.
No,
suddenly you went to Angela Merkel.
I know.
What I said the first time.
Like a little softer on the G.
We'll take it, man. We'll take it.
You went for it.
So close. So close.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know. The biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic!
Exclusive interviews.
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
And important headlines.
Major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day.
Let's go. And good evening from New Orleans. There is breaking news. There you go.
Hey guys, welcome today. So happy you're joining us.
The U.S. swimming star Katie Ledecky in the house.
Eddie, come on out. You're making me cry.
This is an incredible moment.
Join us every morning on Today.
Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Start your day with us every morning. Get your daily dose of news on the go with the Today podcast. And stream Today anytime you want.
Today, all day.
Every day.
Wherever you are, Today is there.
Some experts say that this bill still isn't enough. Do you accept that criticism? There's been a ton of confusion from the CDC. Can we try to clear some of this up? What are the issues that the party stands for? That seems to be the missing piece here. If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
I saw for the first time how there was no power, no agency inside of healthcare and its delivery in this country. That regardless whether you are covered, insured, financially stable or not, regardless, across all races, across all ethnicities, you have no power. I personally suffered at the hand of a system such as this. My name is Jenny Joseph, and I'm a midwife. I was 30. I came to Florida. Within a year of being in the United States, I was newly married and trying to find my way. I was working with an obstetrician, and for my whole adult life at that time, I'd had endometriosis, which is not life-threatening, but certainly miserable. And the physician I worked with started talking to me about certain types of surgeries that he could do. So I spent a full year, really, about 4 different surgeries with him. No real results, except for I felt worse, more pain, etc. Finally went for another opinion, and the other physician said, no, the only answer we have for you is we need to remove your uterus, hysterectomy. I was ready, so I said yes. I didn't ask the right questions. I came out of that surgery not only minus my uterus, but minus my ovaries at 30 years old. And that was one of the most horrific awakenings. This was my sort of welcome to America, and I was very overwhelmed by it. And I really I had a sense of such powerlessness around it. My husband was furious. It impacted our lives in a way that I can't describe. Luckily, I already had a child, but obviously that was it for me and him. It was done. I couldn't just accept it. I couldn't accept it. It got me up on my feet, and I said, "Oh, wait, watch me. I'm gonna fix this mess." And I wanted to fix it for myself, but I also felt like a drive to stand for women and literally stand in that gap and say, "No, hang on, this isn't right." The vehicle I used was midwifery because I was already there. I was already a midwife. It's going to be 40 years that I've been doing this work. I feel strongly about how We are, as women, treated in a system where we don't know what to ask. We haven't got a voice. We're not heard. Black women especially are not heard. Native women, Hispanic women, Latinas, any woman who is other is not heard. There's been a lot more talk about maternal mortality recently in the United States. I'm here to say that this is not a new crisis. This has been here. It's just never been really taken care of. Maternal mortality is the death of a woman during pregnancy, labor and delivery, or postpartum. Statistically, it seems to fall around 3 to 4 times as many Black women, African American women, are dying in comparison to white women. This is being called this new crisis because now we're talking about it. I'm so excited about this panel. It is timely. It is like beginning, I see the critical mass beginning around maternal health and maternal mortality issues. I feel like I can finally, speak to an audience that's particularly trying to hear. Oh, I am so excited that Senator Harris is going to be there, Dr. Taylor, the people that have been on the ground and are moving forward. An opportunity to be able to present alongside of them and to support their work as well as, show and talk about my own work.
It is my great honor to welcome to the podium Senator Kamala Harris. Please give her a warm welcome.
This is one of those truths that must be spoken. This issue of maternal health care, and in particular, how it relates and affects Black women. It is an acknowledgement of the fact that women and babies are dying every day in America, and that we could actually do something to stop it. And so the bill is an acknowledgement of the problem, and that is to acknowledge that within the problem, there is an issue of implicit bias. The other part of it is understanding that in order for this to actually work, there has to be a community approach. It's going to be about saying that let's go to the medical schools and encourage that there will be training there about these issues, which are real issues. These are uncomfortable truths we're speaking, right? Nobody wants to hear or even believe that this is happening, but it is. So let's deal with it. Let's take it on.
If you can't get into care, you can't be helped, you can't be triaged, you can't be supported. So we opened up first with the birthing center, but we've expanded that into clinics for women who don't necessarily want a natural birth or a midwife, who actually just want prenatal care, right? And we've offered that you can get seen regardless of who you are, what you have, which card you're carrying, how much money. None of those things are of any interest to us at the beginning. We found that the easiest approach was to go ahead and say, just come on. You belong, you're pregnant, you're asking to be seen, let's go. From there, we can then help you get on Medicaid quicker because we know how to do it. We found that the women themselves relate better to our staff who are more in tune and more culturally congruent with them than the higher end, high credentialed, very expensive practitioners. So it's a midwifery model, which is a person-centered, family-centered, equity-based model. Our statistics literally eradicated prematurity, low birth weight, and morbidity for the women in our care. The same women that again are populating the statistics that we're talking about today. Saying, yes, please, come on in, sit down, wipe your tears, we're here. Which doesn't actually cost any money. We've found that this works. We have been able to replicate our work. We have studies that have proven our outcomes. And I really encourage all of us to start thinking outside the box. This is a matter of life and death. I don't know what we've got to wait for. But I'm worried about the fact that as this is being presented now, much of it ends up still blaming the woman. Wow, now we've discovered she's just too fat. If she wasn't so fat, she wouldn't have died. oh, her blood pressure's out of control. If she was getting medical care, she wouldn't have had high blood pressure in the first place. And so in the blaming the woman, we're pinpointing what's wrong, but we're not addressing how it got to be wrong. This isn't a matter of women being non-compliant and don't care about their baby. Many of the studies, research will come up with, oh, well, being black is a risk factor. No. Racism is a risk factor. The women that come to us come from all points. I've had one woman who came from Georgia every pregnancy. Just had a woman who came in from New York for a consultation. But what's always interesting to me is that postpartum visit, there are tears. There's, oh, I don't know what I'm going to do because I'm not coming anymore. Like, I'm going to miss you guys. I find it extremely worrisome that we have this little short window of time, the childbearing year, when we have some influence and connection with the women and their families, and that just as soon as they're finished and moved on, that they're out there in this void. We really haven't solved the problem. This is just the tip of the iceberg. It doesn't cost any money. It's really a shift of minds. It's an agreement that we are here only to center the mother. We're here only to get that full-term healthy baby that she's looking for, we're looking for, we're all on the same page. I'm not gonna stop. I'm not gonna give up. But I feel like I can do what I do, how I do it, in my little corner. But in the meantime, I still believe strongly that it's time to tell the truth. And so I am clear that no matter what, this work is making a difference, and I'm going to keep going.
Hi, Today All Day. Hope you're ready for some laughs. Coming up, we put your favorite celebrities to the test as they take on the 6-minute marathon. Plus, we've got some of my personal favorite sit-down interviews from the last few months. So get excited as Today All Day continues right now. Do you know what the 6-minute marathon is?
I know you're going to ask me a ton of questions, and I'm just going to answer as many of them as I can in 6 minutes.
That is the 6-minute marathon in a nutshell. Padma Lakshmi, thank you for being here on the 6-minute marathon.
My pleasure.
First question, if you could only listen to one album for the rest of your life, what would it be?
D'Angelo, Voodoo.
Oh, I didn't see that one coming. All right. What is the strangest gift you've ever received?
Somebody gave me a tooth once.
I'm sorry, did you say a tooth? Okay, there's so many follow-up questions. We may have to spend the whole 6 minutes on this. Why? Whose tooth?
It was just this guy. He was odd, but he was very artistic. I think he was playing ball or something, and he either fell or was in the midst of a game, and he broke his tooth, and he was like, "I saved it for you." And
so it was an adult tooth. That was my next question.
I think it was, yeah. Yeah.
Where's the tooth now?
I don't know.
See, I have a million questions.
I don't think it made it like back from college, if you know what I mean. You know, yeah. I think I was just like, this is too weird.
Have you ever been mistaken for another celebrity? And if so, who?
Yes, when I was 14 and in the mall, which I thought of as a huge compliment. Apollonia. Remember Apollonia?
Apollonia?
Yeah. And I was a teenager, like I said. Gal Gadot, I've also gotten mistaken for. Let me see. The early days when I had a perm in high school, Irene Cara, but also, so it has just happened recently, but recently it was just Gal Gadot. And the New Yorker magazine, of all people, I've always dreamed of having my name in the New Yorker, of course, as a writer. They put a picture of me because I chose a cartoon for them, and then they wrote that it was Priyanka Chopra. I'm like, I know all us Indian women look alike, but really, you know?
Well, at least it's like that's a pretty epic row of like beautiful ladies to be compared to.
Yeah, I mean it's all nice and flattering.
Yeah. Oh, that's good. What is your guilty pleasure?
I feel no guilt in taking pleasure in life. So I don't feel guilty about anything that gives me pleasure. I think I'm a 50-year-old woman. I deserve all the pleasure I can get from now until I die.
Okay, if you could be friends with a movie or TV character, who would it be?
Well, it's not a character, it's a real person. I would love to be friends with Rihanna. I just think she'd be so much fun if she let me hang out with her. But, and I've never met her, and I don't think I want to. In a way, I'd hang out with her, but if I just had to meet her, I just think it would burst my bubble. But all of my characters are real life characters. Muhammad Ali, Dorothy Parker, Lenny Bruce, Cleopatra, you know.
That'd be a good dinner party for you to host.
Yeah, definitely.
What was your least favorite food as a child?
Eggplant.
Do you like it now?
I mean, I love it now. I love eggplant.
Who have you been starstruck meeting?
Mother Teresa. I met her. I got to spend the day with her in the 90s. I cut a ribbon at the World Cup of Cricket that was happening in Calcutta. And a group of people said, we're going, would you like to join? I literally tagged along, but she was mesmerizing. She was so comforting and charismatic. And you know how you feel when you're like a little kid in the safety and comfort of your mom's arms, all is well within the world. That's how you feel in her presence. At least I did.
Do you have a personal mantra? And if so, what is it?
It is, everything is a benefit if you look at it the right way. Even the most difficult things that have happened to me, I have tried to focus on what I can gain from them, or what is the bright side. What can I gain? You know, what can I get out of this? You know, even endometriosis, which was very painful and I went through for over 20 years. I like to look at that experience as what gave me the fuel to start the foundation with my surgeon. And so I think it must have been, you know, destined for me to go through that, because otherwise the pain doesn't make sense. It's so unnecessary, so that I could turn that pain into power.
What did you want to be when you grew up?
My first job that I ever dreamed of being was an airline stewardess. A flight attendant. We used to call, you know,
we call them stewardesses. I know. We're the same age. Yes.
Yes, exactly. So I just thought they were the most glamorous people on earth. You know, I flew as an unaccompanied minor when I was 4 to America from India. And I was on Air India Airlines. They had these beautiful printed silk saris. It was the early 70s. It was beautiful bouffant hair. Lots of eyeliner and lashes. You know, they would just like walk up and down those aisles with their saris fluttering, you know, behind them. I just thought they have so much freedom. They get to travel all over the world, and that's what I want to do.
What do you think you are much better at than you actually are?
Oh, I think I'm a better skater. I always think, oh, today is the day that I'm going to seamlessly skate forwards and then backwards.
Do you roller skate a lot?
Yes, get a pair of roller skates. It's so fun. Do you remember doing it when you were little?
Yes, we used to go to skate country, go around the ring.
Yes,
I could never skate backwards, but I tried.
No, you have to. I will go skate. I'll meet you wherever you want. I know all the flat parts of the city where there's not a lot of traffic. Do not try and skate in Central Park.
All right, last question. This is an easy one. What is your favorite reality show?
Top Chef.
Thank you, Padma Lakshmi. So great to talk to you. This was fun.
Nice to talk to you too.
See you at 3.
Bye.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know. The biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic!
Exclusive interviews.
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
And important headlines.
Major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Some experts say that this bill still isn't enough. Do you accept that criticism? There's been a ton of confusion from the CDC. Can we try to clear some of this up? What are the issues that the party stands for? That seems to be the missing piece here. If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
Some experts say that this bill still isn't enough. Do you accept that criticism? There's been a ton of confusion from the CDC. Can we try to clear some of this up? What are the issues that the party stands for? That seems to be the missing piece here. If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
What's the most embarrassing or funniest story from your childhood?
Okay, the most embarrassing thing from my childhood, I remember my brother was on this show with Patti LaBelle called Out All Night, and there was this famous group that was on the show, and they were a singing group, and their name is called Shy. And I ended up pulling out my hand out of my coat pocket, and it was a tampon.
Oh, gosh. All right, here we go. Tia Mowry, welcome to the 6-Minute Marathon.
Hi.
Hi, we're so happy to have you. Are you ready to answer some questions?
I am ready. Let's do it.
I've got them right here. What is
Okay.
one thing that you always carry in your purse?
Oh, my iPhone.
Of course. What's the one word you are guilty of using too often?
I don't think I could say it on air.
Oh, yes. Okay, didn't see that coming.
Wait, this honesty.
Oh, yes, exactly. By the way, we bleep the 6-Minute Marathon can bleep.
Oh my gosh. Oh man, maybe shoot. No.
Darn it, by golly. What is your favorite family tradition?
Oh, my favorite family tradition would definitely have to be having hot cocoa with whipped cream and some peppermint sprinkles on top of the whipped cream with a candy cane on Christmas morning.
Oh, can I come over?
Yeah, no, we love it. So
that sounds delicious. What show or shows of your own do you rewatch?
Oh my goodness. You know what I have to say? The Tia and Tamera reality show, it's been playing right now. So I tend to watch that. Of course, Sister Sister, that's like always playing on something.
Dad? Mom? That girl has my face!
All of the older ones that I've done, like in the past, you know, to kind of get back to some sort of memories in some kind of way.
Is it fun to see yourself at that age?
It is. I mean, it's also shocking at times when I'm like, what were you wearing? Because, you know, it was like I was going through growing pains. But it is. I feel so grateful when I look back at projects that I've done, because it kind of shows me that I've been in this business for such a long time, and I'm just very appreciative. So,
what's the most embarrassing or funniest story from your childhood?
Oh my gosh, these are so raw.
I know. I'll get to something shallow in a minute.
Okay. Okay, wait. Okay, the most embarrassing thing from my childhood, I remember my brother was on this show with Patti LaBelle called Out All Night, and there was this famous group that was on the show, and they were a singing group, and their name is called Shy. And I ended up pulling out my hand out of my coat pocket, and it was a tampon.
Oh gosh. How old were you? You must have died.
I was like 14, 15, and they were this huge popular group. And I was like, I didn't pick it up. I just stared at it, you know. I was like, this is embarrassing.
Who does this belong to? What is this doing here?
Yeah, it was like the elephant in the room. You know what I mean?
Oh God,
Oh my
I feel
gosh,
you.
I hope I'm not being too honest with these.
No, I love
answers.
honesty. Is the best policy.
Okay.
I love it, especially on the 6-Minute Marathon.
Oh
Okay.
my gosh.
Here's some easy ones. What's your favorite thing to cook if you cook?
Oh my gosh, I love to cook. My favorite thing to cook would definitely have to be spaghetti and meatballs. It's something that the whole entire family likes, my kids and my husband. So
Yeah, I think my kids live on meatballs. I think
Yeah.
meatballs might be a 5-day-a-week.
it's just a
dish.
classic. Yeah, it's a classic dish that everybody loves. So
What's your hype up song right now?
Oh my gosh, my hype up song has been this for a very, very long time, just because I'm a huge fan of Beyonce. And you know that song, Who Runs the World? Girls. Who runs the world? Girls. I just love, women. I think women are incredible. I think we are beasts when it comes to getting things done. We're multitaskers. So whenever I'm either on the treadmill or if I'm just kind of overwhelmed, she kind of, gets me right where I need to be to do what I have to do, because she reminds me,
That's a good one.
Yeah.
Heels or flats?
Oh my gosh, totally heels. Heels all the way.
Say flats.
No. I mean, when I was pregnant, I had to wear, a lot of flats. And I hated it. I would literally force my feet into my heels. When you're pregnant, your feet kind of swell. Yes. I would literally force my feet into heels just because I love them. I think it just gives me a little bit of attitude. So.
Okay, if you could be friends with a movie or TV character, who would it be?
Oh, Julia Roberts' Pretty Woman. I just love her personality in that movie, and she was just so much fun. You know what I mean?
What is your biggest professional accomplishment so far?
I would definitely have to say being a co-founder of my supplement line called Answer, mainly because it was birthed through my personal experience with wellness and health, and just being able to inspire women and just people in general to take charge of their health and their wellness. It makes me feel so good. So I would say that.
You're an entrepreneur in addition to everything else.
Yeah.
Are you a morning bird or a night owl?
I'm definitely a morning bird. I used to be a night owl, but after having children, that ship has sailed. So now it's, this is easy for me waking up early in the morning, because I have 2 kids. So, and my daughter, she's actually up right now. I don't know if you heard her crying, but I'm used to it. Morning person.
I didn't know if it was your kid crying or my kid crying. So.
Oh, sorry.
It could have been either way, so I get it.
Yeah.
Tia, thank you so much. Your 6 minutes, you're already done. See, it was fast.
Wow, that was fast. Thank you so much.
Swimming star Katie Ledecky in the house.
Eddie, come on out. You're making me cry.
This is an incredible moment.
Join us every morning on Today.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day. Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know. The biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic!
Exclusive interviews.
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
And important headlines.
Major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
Seth Meyers,
Welcome to 6 Minutes with Savannah.
And this will be 6 minutes long?
It will be 6 minutes and not a second longer.
Oh, is there a timer?
Yeah, you answer as many questions as you can in 6 minutes.
Okay.
Yes.
I can talk really fast if it helps.
Okay, sure.
Okay.
What is the most spontaneous thing you've ever done?
I am so historically not a spontaneous person. Oh my God, what is the most spontaneous thing? I guess we bought our dog. We bought our dog Frisbee. It was very spontaneous. We had been dog sitting someone else, and then when we returned their dog, we were very sad, and so we bought a dog.
What kind of dog?
An Italian Greyhound.
Was this before or after you had kids?
This was before we had kids.
Obviously.
Yeah, very much so.
Because if you have 2 little boys under 4, you're not getting a dog.
If you want to do 6 minutes with our dog Frisbee, she'd probably have a lot to say about the boys.
What are you most scared of?
What are my heights?
Oh.
Yeah, I'm gonna go old school and just tell you I'm not afraid of heights.
Okay.
Yeah.
What's your favorite family tradition?
Once a year in the fall, this is, oh my God, my wife's gonna be so bad. I immediately went to my parents and my brother. Is that all right?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, gotcha, because I have another family at home.
Oh, yeah.
But my kids are too young and they haven't developed
Family, I
the
didn't
ability.
define it.
That's true, but my feeling my wife could, she could point out that I immediately jumped to my pre-existing family. Every fall, we go to Pittsburgh and go to a Steelers game together for my mom's birthday.
Oh, that's so nice. Because your dad's from Pittsburgh,
My dad's
right?
from Pittsburgh, and it's really fun.
But where did you grow up?
I grew up in New Hampshire.
That's what I thought. That's what the research stated.
That's an excellent.
Would you rather give up alcohol for a year or give up your phone for a month?
Phone for a month.
Agreed. What's your favorite drink?
Oh, gosh, like a good tequila?
Oh, what's your favorite tequila? That's my drink too.
I mostly just ask when I'm at a place, give me a good tequila. Yeah.
Do you put
What's
lime?
your favorite?
I call it actually. I named it the Savanita.
Oh.
You know, like margarita, but Savannah.
Oh,
Nobody
gotcha.
else. They don't know what that is.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
it's tequila with sparkling water and lime juice.
I would just have the lime juice, like fresh lime juice and tequila.
Lots of ice though, right?
Yeah, yep.
There's a crisis. People don't put enough ice in.
I also sometimes, my least favorite thing at a bar or a restaurant is when you order a drink that looks really good on the cocktail menu and it comes up like in a martini glass with no ice.
Yes,
I'm
forget
very
it.
upset. I think they should always have a drawing of what the glass looks like.
Exactly. And perhaps a description of the ice.
Yeah.
If there were a movie made about your life so far, what would the title be?
What would the title be? Lucky Fella.
That's good. What's the last thing you searched for on Google?
What's the last thing I searched for on Google? Wow, that's a good question. What's the last thing?
You know what you're doing right now?
Trying to avoid
not to
the
lie.
things that I'd said.
But what you actually
no, I'm
searched was
trying
like
to lie.
foot fungus.
Yeah,
No, but you're like, what is the thing I can say that I last searched for?
I'm trying to think. What was the last thing I searched for? Oh, you guys had a golfer on.
Yes, Gary
And
Woodland.
Gary Woodland, who had a lovely story with your guest Amy. I watched that piece so that I would be able to appreciate that very good segment.
And
of
it
my
was
show.
adorable.
It was great, yes.
What would you who would you most like to be stuck in an elevator with?
I would most like to be stuck in an elevator with Bruce Springsteen. Right?
Great.
Yeah, because
Great
then I could
choice.
ask him all the questions and it wouldn't be like I was wasting his time, because where else is he going to be?
And he could always sing some a cappella.
Ideally.
Assuming he didn't have his guitar with him.
Ideally.
If you were stuck on a desert island, but could bring one type of food with you to eat forever, what would you bring?
Chicken fingers.
Really?
Yeah.
Do you like a lot of toddler food?
I do. Well, I didn't really. I mean, I feel like the nice thing about living in New York is there's sort of like a medium to high tier chicken finger that you can get in this city.
There is.
Yeah.
Like Dirty Bird. You ever go to Dirty Bird?
Yes, I do.
I love Dirty Bird. What is your guilty pleasure?
Yeah, now I feel like with tequila and chicken fingers, I really, knocked them both out. I don't know what my guilty pleasure is. Probably one version of that.
Chicken fingers and tequila
Yeah,
together.
like dipping a chicken finger in the tequila.
Haven't thought about
Yeah,
that, but
There
you
you
might
go.
be onto something. If you could relive 1 year in your life, which one would it be?
How about this? I'm going to tell you if I could relive one day of my life, I know
Yes.
specifically what it would be.
What?
It would be, and again, this is bad, but I'm hoping my wife will
Your
watch
wedding
this.
day?
No. That would be the second one. The day I found out I got SNL was the most exciting day because it was before any of the stress of SNL started, and all I got to do for a whole day was call people and tell them.
I'm a writer for SNL.
Yeah.
And you'd been in comedy before.
I'd been in comedy, so it was like a lot of people who'd been really supportive of me all of those years. It was really an exciting thing to do.
What was the audition like? What did you have to do? Submit writing or did you have to perform?
I performed. It was a 5-minute on-stage audition, but stuff you wrote where you sort of did impressions and characters.
Was Lorne there?
Lorne was there.
Was he looking forlorn?
He always looks a little forlorn.
He does.
He's I will say, Rachel Dratch, who I did not know, but a friend of mine knew her, gave me the best piece of, not quite advice, but a tip, which was when you audition, no one will laugh. And that's a really good thing that then I told everybody, whoever auditioned, because people do laugh a little bit. And so if you hear no one's gonna laugh, if you hear even a little bit of a laugh, you think, oh, I'm crushing it.
Do they do that on purpose so that you'll be intimidated?
No, I will say they do that because they have probably seen 20 people in a day and they're just a little tired.
You're not that funny.
It's, you realize people who work at SNL and, you know, their whole day is spent surrounded by, you know, the best people in the world. Like, sometimes it's very hard to be surprised and delighted by, you know, people who are just starting out in it.
Yeah. What about karaoke? What's your go-to tune?
I don't care for karaoke, but it would be Thunder Road if I've had enough of those tequila chicken fingers.
And if you were in the elevator with Bruce,
I would say, hey, do you want to hear a different version? A different bounce on it?
just say I have a different artistic interpretation of it.
The way you do it is great, don't get me wrong, but I think you're going to like this.
We're almost out of time. I'm going to save you here with your beautiful wife, Alexi.
Okay.
What is the most important trait in a partner?
Oh, what's the most? I mean, she ticks off so many. She has so many traits. The most important trait in a partner is, you know, my wife's really intelligent and like shows me the world in a way that I didn't see it beforehand. And on top of her being really loving and supportive, that's a really cool thing, is that you meet somebody and then you think you have a handle on how everything looks and you see it a different way and it just increases your world.
Seth Meyers, thank you so much.
Thanks, I think I broke the record. And I get this? Oh my
Yes,
God,
you
thank
do. You're welcome.
This is beautiful.
We'll be sending you a bill.
Thank you.
It has been a long year. Yeah, where it's been anything but normal.
Well, now there's hope. The COVID vaccines.
I know. It's been a little confusing.
Like, really confusing.
So it's more important than ever to make a plan. Visit planyourvaccine.com
to find out where and when to get your vaccine.
What are you waiting for? Roll up your sleeves and plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate
it. Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
Some experts say that this bill still isn't enough. Do you accept that criticism? There's been a ton of confusion from the CDC. Can we try to clear some of this up? What are the issues that the party stands for? That seems to be the missing piece here. If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
This is Jeopardy!
The theme song, the contestants.
So I know, you're wondering, has Ken Jennings quit his day job yet?
The game of answers and questions.
Who is Sherlock Holmes?
What is hijack?
Who's Carl Sagan?
What is debunk?
For me, the opportunity to guest host Jeopardy was a dream come true. Thank you, Johnny Gilbert. Jeopardy is iconic. It's this legendary show. Everyone loves it. Can't believe it. I'm here to guest host Jeopardy. Here we go. Jeopardy is America's favorite quiz show with a cult following and the awards to prove it. For 37 seasons and more than 8,000 episodes, Alex Trebek was the maestro behind it all. The thing about watching someone host Jeopardy, when you see Alex Trebek, he made it look easy.
She is also known as Belcalis Almanzar. Gabe.
Who is Cardi B?
Correct.
I watched a lot of Jeopardy to prepare. I watched a lot of Alex's episodes. If you want to learn how to be good at something, you watch the person who is the absolute best.
Julia?
Who is Kanye West?
Yes, and I hope I don't get an email from him.
Once they gave me the clues, I read them over and over again and made little notes and practiced my pronunciation with mixed results, let's just say. We take flubs and imperfection. Thank God. After a full day of production meetings and rehearsals. It takes a village to pit crews in. Hi, everybody! Hey, you ladies matched your outfits. I like that. All right.
and meeting the real stars.
Hi. How are you guys? Katie, Jonathan, and Caitlin. Welcome to Jeopardy. You're all so young and cute. Well, we're in it together. The point is to have fun. It's a game.
It was showtime. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The moment was surreal.
And now, here is the guest host of Jeopardy, Savannah Guthrie.
Hi. Thank you so much, Johnny Gilbert. Hi, everybody. I am really excited to be here on this iconic stage, guest hosting Jeopardy. I kind of want to pinch myself.
The Jeopardy schedule is not for the faint of heart, taping 10 shows in 10 outfits in just 2 days.
Let's do it. Katie, you're our champion today, so you'll be choosing first from these categories. Let's take a look at what we've got. Is that show 1? We did it! Yay! I'll take relieved anchors for 1,000. The first game is done. Only 9 more to go. They haven't kicked me out yet.
After a whirlwind week, that was a wrap.
This experience over the past 2 weeks has been such an honor. I would never have any chance to actually be a contestant on Jeopardy, so this is the closest I could ever come. It's beyond my wildest dreams.
So the question is, how did I do?
She kept everything moving along with the questions. It was just all around great.
She's great at thinking on her feet.
She read the clues beautifully. She ran the game beautifully. Tons across the board.
Thank you so much. It really was a joy, such a joy. Being here, standing behind this podium, I have a new appreciation. It was hard. It's one of the hardest things I've ever done, but it's also one of the best things I've ever done. I knew Alex was an icon before I came here and guest hosted Jeopardy. But what I didn't know or couldn't really feel was how much he is loved and missed in these halls. I'm more in awe of him. I'm in awe of his skill, but I'm mostly in awe of his goodness, and it's so reflected in the people who work with him.
Hi, Today All Day. We've got a great show for you on this Monday morning, including an all-day exclusive chat you can only see here. But let's kick it off with Pop Start. Now that the Olympics are over, 18-year-old gold medal gymnast Suni Lee is off to start her next chapter, college. Over the weekend, she posted sweet pictures of herself on the grounds of Auburn University. Take a look.
This is a hefty pop start for you this morning. Let's start with Elton John. Following last week's release of his incredible single Cold Heart with Dua Lipa, Elton surprised a group of beachside diners over the weekend with a live performance of the new track. It all happened at a waterfront restaurant in Cannes, France, so nowhere close to us. But the Rocket Man himself stepped up to the DJ booth and took the mic. Watch this. If that happened.
Freak out.
I would freak out.
Look at the DJ.
Step 1, book a reservation at a waterfront restaurant in Cannes, France.
Oh, exactly.
That's where we're messing up. All right, let's switch gears to more of a New York state of mind, shall we? Stars and Stage and Screen have teamed up for a special performance of the 1976 Billy Joel classic. It was filmed across each of New York City's 5 boroughs, and the video comes from the NYC Next organization's effort to encourage the city's recovery from the pandemic. Sarah Bareilles, Idina Menzel, and Cautious Clay all lending their voice to the project. Here's a peek.
Comes down to reality,
and that's fine with me, cause I let it slide.
I don't care if it's Chinatown or up on Riverside.
I don't have any reason. I've left them all behind.
I'm in the New York state of mind.
I want it. How do we get it? How do we get it?
That's a good question. Well, you can watch it on YouTube, and it's also, just hitting up all those just famous spots across New York
So
City.
good.
And you just saw Alexa Ray, Billy Joel's daughter, belting out her dad's famous.
So good, yeah.
And of course, right around the corner in the fall is the grand reopening of Broadway. So we're all super excited for that.
Awesome.
All right, next up, Suni Lee. She is one of our favorite breakout stars from the Tokyo Games. But now that the Olympics are over, the 18-year-old gold medal winning gymnast is off to start her next chapter. What is that? College. Over the weekend, Suni took to social media to share this sweet pic from the grounds of Auburn University, captioning the photo with the school's battle cry, War Eagle.
Oh my God!
Thinking, I'm surprised, as you know, the resident mom for this whole team. That
I'm helping her move in.
Helping her move
Yeah,
in.
exactly. But wow, look! Can you imagine how popular she's going to be?
Yeah.
Cool.
She said she wasn't expecting to win the gold medal, and this is
Yeah.
her plan after the Olympics. All right, next up, Tim McGraw, the country crooner, cast a pretty special co-star in his latest music video, his 19-year-old daughter, Audrey. Tim and Faith's youngest child stars in the video for 7500 OBO off his recent studio album, Here on Earth. Tim saying on social media that he couldn't be more thrilled to have her join him. Watch this.
Singing along to where the green grass grows, hands out the window floating on the breeze. She's fixing her lips in the drop-down mirror. That pretty little thing made it hard to steer. I'm never gonna get her out of there. There's too many memories. Now there's
After the release, Tim shared that before booking Audrey.
Do you approve as a dad?
I don't know about that one.
He did say he wanted to yell cut, but but it was just a little pet. And he did run it by Faith, of course, the big boss in the house. And finally, Kristen Chenoweth, the Tony-winning actress, sat down with Hoda for the most recent episode of Quoted By. And during their conversation, Chenoweth shared her favorite quote by late author and former wife of Senator John Edwards, Elizabeth Edwards.
She stood in the storm, and when the wind did not blow her way, she adjusted her sails. And I thought, that's what we have to do in life. And of all women to say that, of course, she went through a lot of stuff, I think. But even in the good times, you still got to adjust your sails.
Because sometimes you feel like that is totally her mantra. I mean, she spent so much of her career like nothing was a gimme. She was one of those people who had to keep going with the winds of change. She's cool.
Such a great conversation, and I love the outfit change.
You know what? We're the same thing.
You did it this morning.
It's clear, over and over and over. Okay.
Well, it looks good. Okay, make sure you catch that full conversation over on today.com.
Coming up next on Today Talks, is the 40-hour work week too much? The Third Hour Gang shares their take on this buzzy topic. Stay with us.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know. The biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic!
Exclusive interviews.
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
And important headlines.
Major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day.
Welcome back. Today on the Third Hour, Dylan shares her unwritten rules of life. Plus, it's Kathy Lee Gifford's birthday today, and Joe Martin reveals a few throwback photos you don't want to miss. Take a look. All right.
right, it is time for Overheard on Third. We have some really awesome pictures we can't wait to show you for a very special reason. Jill, what's the special shout out today?
Well, we just celebrated your birthday, and now we're celebrating today. Happy birthday, Kathy Lee Gifford.
Yay,
we
happy
love
birthday.
you. She's one of the most incredible women. So many of us love her. And Matt Greenfield, our producer, said we have to show this because I was her intern at Regis and Kathy Lee 25 years ago. Was my mentor, still my mentor, and one of my dearest friends. And I wish you this is going to be your year, Kath.
Aww.
How was that internship? It had to be
amazing. I mean, amazing. I remember, I was a freshman at Michigan, and I got to come home and live in the city and intern there, and it was Kathy Lee Gifford, and then
But to parlay that into such a deep friendship is
so I remember that.
Right.
So anyway.
Oh, that's nice. Well, happy birthday, Kathy Lee.
Happy birthday.
Not only is it Kathy Lee's birthday, it's Monday, it's the beginning of the work week. So this was an interesting article that was sent in by a 27-year-old woman, sent in to the New York Times. She wrote about landing her dream job, but feels that the 40-hour work week just isn't sustainable because she's too busy. She's got hobbies, she's got things going on, she's got creative pursuits, laundry, a small dog. We so often work more than 40 hours a week.
40 hours? I was like, I read this in the Times yesterday, and I said 40 hours, that's like one day, but it's interesting to see how the generations are different. I mean, I don't think we work an enormous amount of hours, but 40 hours to me seems like a doable amount of time.
I do totally agree with it because it's hard to also squeeze in the laundry, find time to run to the grocery store to be able to cook dinner, and then just like little errands that you need to do. I don't know. I'd like to work less.
And then there's the famous 4-hour work week. The 4-hour work week.
Yes.
I don't know who can do that, but
no. But there are. I think in Iceland, is that right? That there's a 4-hour. I could see the 4-hour work week, or just like
4-day work.
4-day.
Four days.
Oh yeah. Tom's going for the 4 hours.
If you can get everything done in 4 hours,
right.
good
You're
for you.
amazing.
But shouldn't it be that you have the work ethic to just get your work done, however long it takes you, and it's
That's
not?
True. Yeah.
I just find with the phones now, we're always connected and we're always working in some
so
way.
even when you're off the clock, there's still that chance, especially now with our at-home studio setups and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, I mean, grateful to be able to do that. Yeah.
Okay, we talked about common phrases that we've all apparently been saying wrong. Well, the English language
like
and
the 4-hour work week.
Like the 4-hour work week, yeah. Merriam-Webster compiled a list of common expressions that we're saying wrong. So let's first show you how we normally say it. So for like nip it in the butt, it's actually nip it in the bud.
That one I know.
That one I knew.
Yeah.
If this one bothers me because we so often say if worse comes to worse.
Right.
But it should be if worse comes to worst because that makes more sense. It's like if what's bad goes even worse.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
It comes to worse.
If it comes worse, it's worse.
Here's another one. First come, first serve, which I have always said is actually first come, first served.
Oh, with the D on the end.
Did you guys know that?
First serve.
First serve.
That makes sense.
Yeah, it does.
Grammatically. And this one drives me nuts because I could care less, people say. And it's, I couldn't care less. Because if you could care less, you could care less.
Right, but you cannot care less.
I could care
Right?
less.
Yes.
It's
I
I couldn't, I couldn't care less. Because I couldn't care less.
Oh, yes.
As opposed to if you could care less, you could possibly care less.
Is it wrong, though? I'm going to challenge that one. I'm going to challenge that one.
No, because if you actually say, if you tell me to do something, I say, I could care less. I could actually care less.
I could, but maybe
it's almost like, go do it.
No, I know what you guys are saying, but maybe I do kind of care less. I could not care less.
You just don't want to admit that you say all of these wrong.
Yeah, but I do the 4-hour work week, so I'm
And I call fiction on the jellyfish pig.
Yeah, exactly.
Coming up on Hoda and Jenna, avocados and Raisin Bran. Would you eat it? We taste test after the break.
Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Start your day with us every morning. Get your daily dose of news on the go with the Today podcast. And stream Today anytime you want.
Today, all day.
Every day. Wherever you are, Today is there.
Some experts say that this bill still isn't enough. Do you accept that criticism? There's been a ton of confusion from the CDC. Can we try to clear some of this up? What are the issues that the party stands for? That seems to be the missing piece here. If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app. Make the most of your day with Today All Day. Get closer to all your friends at Today in a whole new way.
Today in 30.
We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
In a mere 30 minutes.
Shop today with Jill Martin.
We're helping you shop like never before.
The latest styles and biggest names. Today Food.
Things are heating up in the Today All Day kitchen.
Cooking essentials and recipe inspiration.
Is that ready? Are you ready?
Oh, I'm so ready.
Only on Today All Day.
It has been a long year.
Yeah, where it's been anything but normal.
Well, now there's hope. The COVID vaccines.
I know. It's been a little confusing.
Like really confusing. So it's more important than ever to make a plan. Visit planyourvaccine.com
to find out where and when to get your vaccine.
What are you waiting for?
Roll up your sleeves and plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Start your day with us every morning. Get your daily dose of news on the go with the Today podcast. And stream Today anytime you want.
Today, all day.
Every day.
Wherever you are, Today is there.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast. Free wherever you get your podcasts.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome back. Today on Hoda and Jenna. Hoda is back from vacation and dishing on all the details of her special birthday with her family. Take a look.
It's Kathy Lee's birthday, so we want to wish a very, very happy birthday. Kath's in Nashville.
Look how great she looks.
Yeah, we texted a little bit this morning.
How's she
doing
celebrating?
good.
She doing great?
She didn't say, but she's just happy that she's on the planet Earth for another ride around the sun, and she's loving her life. She's singing, she's making friends and creating things. She's got a lot. I mean, she's got a lot going on.
She's a super creative. All the Leos are. Speaking of your birthday,
yes.
How was it?
It was great. It was really fun. I had my entire family in town, which we do it rarely now because I don't know. It just seems like it's hard. And anyway, everybody got together, and it was super fun.
And they all came and stayed with you.
We all stayed in. Yep, we all stayed. Everyone had a place. We put signs on the doors, like the playroom, which is where Hannah and Ella slept. We put like their names.
Oh, cute.
My sister was in this little storage room for the beginning. Everyone had a little place, but it was really fun. And I think it's like you rarely get all your family in one spot. And it was so weird because I don't think I've ever seen Haley and Hope playing with their cousins real playing, not like baby and who's going to get the thing. They were like holding hands, running around, and I didn't see them. I mean, it was like such fun.
I know, that's kind of the great, when they say it takes a village, that's what I think it means, is that like the cousins are helping and everybody's involved.
It was really fun. My mom was here and sister, so we all celebrated. Anyway, it was great. It was really great. Okay.
All right, well, there was a cereal debate. I told you about this. I posted something on Instagram. She hasn't seen it.
I haven't seen it.
But there was a friend of mine, was over for breakfast.
Okay.
And she told me that she likes avocado. She said, now, do you have an avocado? And I said, yes. And I thought she was going to make avocado toast.
Yeah.
She puts avocado in her Raisin Bran.
No, she doesn't. No, she doesn't. Why?
So I was shocked by this.
Wait. What do you mean, mushed up avocado?
No, she chops it just like little chunks of avocado. I was shocked. And Poppy was like, Mom, it's just like a salad. But then she poured the milk.
Wait, do we have it?
Yes,
we
have
do?
it.
Oh, gosh.
I didn't try it, to be honest.
Okay.
I asked people on Instagram.
Oh, no, this can't be good. But let's try it. I love raisins.
I love raisins, but I don't love a raisin with an avocado.
Let's try the whole bite.
With the raisin and a soggy...
Get a good bite.
Okay.
1, 2, 3. You know what's funny about avocado?
It tastes good in anything.
It takes on the flavor of whatever it's with. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's a neutral. It's a neutral. Avocado is the new neutral.
So I knew somebody who used to put avocado with cacao or chocolate, whatever.
Oh, but that kind of sounds good.
But they blend it up in a blender. This? No, I wouldn't. I mean, I'm eating it because it's here.
I'm going back for a second bite.
Hold on, me too.
I wouldn't choose to do it.
No, I wouldn't. You know what's funny? It actually does have a flavor. Can I ask, what was your favorite cereal when you were growing up as a kid? What could you eat like a salad bowl full of?
Well, my mom never bought us the sugary cereal. Right. But I do love Raisin Bran. So
Wait, Raisin Bran would be your go-to?
I know, that's so sad.
Of all the cereals in the world?
At one point, we only had grape nuts.
Okay, when you went over to your friend's house and they had good cereals.
I mean, I guess Cinnamon Toast Crunch, but that we got so rarely. But I will say, I was so excited when I once saw that you could put grape nuts, which I don't know if y'all have had grape nuts
It's like
recently.
eating bark
It's
off
like
a tree.
eating dog food. And I found out that you could put it in the microwave to make it warm, and I went to bed so excited.
Why?
Like I was like,
Oh, 'cause you could warm it
oh,
up.
I'm gonna make my grape nuts warm and it'll be delicious. Turns out warming things does not change the way it tastes.
Still gross.
It was such a disappointment. I was
I
like,
remember.
What about yours?
Oh my God, mine was. And they don't even have this. Well, I loved Captain Crunch with Crunch
yes.
Berries. That was always a
Could
big.
you eat that? Would your mom
Yeah.
buy it?
Well, she would get it.
Oh, you're so lucky.
And we also had Quisp, which Quisp is like this weird cereal that. Does anyone remember Quisp?
Wait, is Quisp not like
Quisp is awesome.
Is
Does it
Quisp
still
a little
exist?
bit like Chet? Well,
It does? It doesn't exist. It looks like little flying saucers because the guy was like an alien. And when you crunched them, it tasted like Captain Crunch, except better.
Okay.
And you could have a whole like salad bowl full of it.
I still have a little avocado just right
Okay,
here.
so what did our
So here's the
survey
thing.
say?
Most people on my Insta said they would never try it.
Okay.
I'm wondering, why don't y'all tell us?
Try it.
On our Insta, would you try this? My thought is no. But
I can't believe your friend just chopped it right up in there.
it was. I was just totally
so
shocked, and she
weird.
wasn't trying to like.
No, that was what she
show
eats.
off. This is what she does. She
eats
says
for
it adds protein and makes her full longer. I'm like, yeah, but can't you just put it in eggs?
Why- Yeah.
Or put it on toast? Like,
Right,
there's a
or
way. I
just
get
eat
that
it.
avocado is good for you, but do you have to put it in milk?
All right, we're going to put you in a good mood because this song is, first of all, some of New York's brightest stars. They got together for a special performance to honor this city, and now is kind of the perfect time for it.
Yeah, this is so awesome. Sarah Bareilles, Idina Menzel, they all performed the Billy Joel classic, New York State of Mind.
Comes down to reality.
And that's fine with me, cause I let it slide. I don't care if it's Chinatown or up on Riverside. I don't have any reason. I've left them all behind.
I'm in the New York State of
It's awesome.
so
That is a
awesome.
10 plus, plus, plus.
I just love looking at all the neighborhoods, right? And these
too.
incredible performers. Billy Ray's daughter, by the way, Alexa Ray, stood in for her dad in there.
Joel's.
Billy Joel's. I got confused with Billy Ray Cyrus. But that's Miley. No, the thing, but by the way, I was such a Billy Joel fan as a little kid that I loved the song, Now I'm on the Downeastern Alexa. So I knew who his daughter was probably before she did.
By the way, do you know the best love song ever written? It's a song by Billy Joel, and it's called, I think it's called Home.
Home?
Yeah, it's one that you don't hear very often, and every time
I know
hear
all
it,
of his songs.
Yeah,
I'm shocked.
this one, I'll play it for you in the commercial.
Okay,
All right,
can't
by the
wait.
way, this video comes from NYC Next. It's an organization working to re-energize the city after the pandemic.
So awesome. And the city has a lot of energy. By
Yeah,
the way.
it sure
Don't you feel
does.
that way?
All right, guys, it is time for Unscripted. Okay, let's talk text etiquette, because why are you looking at me?
Well, I'm just wondering if do you like to text?
Well, I love to text, but here's the social cues question that
Okay.
came out of the New York Times. The reader said this.
I play in a tennis league of 8 women. Recently, a couple members texted the group about 40 minutes beforehand, asking that we push the start back 30 minutes. 4 responded, 2 never saw the text. One of the original texters apologized, but the other's attitude was more like, why didn't you check your phone?
So 40 minutes before, they wanted to delay
Switch it.
the
Yeah,
tennis thing,
no.
and not everybody had their phone on them.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I think that's the problem with texting, because now you know that you can. It's like 5 minutes, you're like, hey.
Running late.
Running late. Running late.
Yeah.
I hate running late.
I know you hate running late.
Do you?
Yeah, I do. I mean, I'm so glad that I was prepared by parents who were like, Jen, we're leaving in 27 minutes for church, because it prepared me for you. It shows you never know, because they think being late is like the rudest thing.
Yeah. Well, you know what? I feel like, because my kids were asking about how many minutes, and now it's how many minutes.
I know.
And now, what have I done? Because now that's
It's
what
like
they're
a
talking
rush,
about.
rush,
How many
rush.
minutes till they come? How many minutes till they arrive? 10 minutes or 7 minutes? That's what they were asking me. I was like, oh God, you're like me. I've ruined it. But what do you think is right? I
I think you need to pick up the phone and
Yeah,
call.
Right. And say,
always,
yeah.
you know, and just say I can't, and try. And I don't know why why they've just decided 40 minutes before.
Right.
But
if it was an emergency,
yeah,
that's one thing.
Yeah.
But if you're just trying to push it back because it's inconvenient.
Yeah, you're running a little late. Maybe you just have to bow out,
Well,
which I know is also rude. But
Phil Galanis had his answer, and he says this: the notice was clearly insufficient. One of the players was already driving to the courts. I can't dictate a precise window for polite notice. Try for at least a couple of hours.
It's funny because it's like, I think people are in their own world and they think that everybody's just staring at their phones all the time, but not everybody is.
I know. Did you not get my text?
Yeah.
It's like, I put my phone down.
Or maybe you get it, but you're playing with your kids and you forget, and that's like, let's give everybody a little grace, you know? Jeez, let's put the phone down a little. It's summer, let's let it extend.
Remember when I tried to put it in the Tupperware?
Yeah, that lasted a day.
Not even.
Today Talks continues after the break. We have an exclusive chat you can only see here on Today All Day.
Let's go. And good evening from New Orleans. There is breaking news. There you go.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it.
The U.S. swimming star Katie Ledecky in the house.
Eddie, come on out. You're making me cry.
This is an incredible moment.
Join us every morning on Today.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome back to Today Talks and our exclusive content you can only see here on Today All Day.
It's so cozy here. I'm just marveling about how, when you were a little kid, how you didn't have all the snacks in your house piled in there.
We didn't really have snacks, and our next door neighbor, Robin Oxford, had so many snacks, so I would climb through my window. Because the truth is, we still wanted it.
I know. I think you want it more. That's a trouble I think that we're having, because I remember my mom used to give me, or my parents used to give me my lunch money for a week.
Yes.
And there was a girl who used to sell Now and Laters in a book that she hollowed out.
Oh my gosh, she was an entrepreneur.
Yeah, so there were Now or Laters in there, and she would sell them one by one. So I would buy them with my lunch money.
And then you wouldn't eat anything else?
And then on Thursday and Friday,
you were out.
I was out of dough. And I would sometimes say that I wasn't hungry for lunch, even though I was. Because I remember that I would spend the money on
the
those
candy.
Now and Laters. But can you imagine that she had a book with the Now and Laters
she's probably
inside?
a CEO now.
She probably
or a drug
is.
dealer. No, I mean, maybe not. But that's so interesting.
But I think it's like when you don't have tons of
sugar.
Yeah, in your house, you end up going a little crazy.
I went crazy.
You did.
Like I loved eclairs when I was little.
I forgot about those.
I love an eclair, and I can't remember where I had one. Probably at like Les Madeleine or something. You know, the only French chain we went to. And I had an eclair for the first time, and I just will never forget that moment because we didn't eat that much.
Right, when you had it. I still want to do what that lady did who wrote the book French Women Don't Get Fat. She was brilliant.
What did she do?
She said she had like ways that she said you could always like stay fit but enjoy things. One of them was, she said, when you start your week, you should get a whole bunch of leeks, put them with water and make like a leek soup. It's a diuretic, so all you're doing all day is clearing out all the water from your system. Wait. Then she said French women always walk everywhere. So no matter where you did, stairs, da-da-da-da-da. And the other thing is, she said, when you decide that you're gonna have something sweet, don't do what we do, which is dump a whole fistful of M&Ms in our mouth and chew it while we're walking or on the phone. Don't do that.
Do it one
She
at a
said,
time?
go to like a beautiful, like if you're in the mall, go to the Godiva store.
Yeah.
Get one, I'll just have one piece. Take it home. Like don't shove it in while you're putting your car in reverse the way that I would do.
Yeah,
Take
and
it
mine's
home.
always Mrs. Fields if
Yes,
we're at the
or Mrs.
mall and I've eaten
Yes.
7 white chocolate cookies.
But wait, take the one, go into a room quietly.
Okay.
Oh, wait. No kids. Open it. Don't like shove it in and think about something else. Half a bite, put it back. Like, taste it. The good stuff. Taste
I
it.
think
taste
that's
it.
called mindful eating.
Maybe that's what Jennifer Aniston
I
was
know.
doing.
Jennifer Aniston says she mindful eats, and you know what? You can tell she does. I'm
No,
gonna
but
mindful
she said
eat.
She eats one chip, in case someone missed it. One potato chip when she's stressed, and
And
one
one
M&M.
M&M.
But forget that. That's not good. So you have the one.
But that's you're saying the same thing.
But it's one delicious one, and you savor it.
But you're saying you were anti Jennifer Aniston's philosophy of one chip, but you are saying the exact same thing as Jennifer Aniston. The only difference is she eats an M&M and you want a Godiva. It's the same thing. I'm still sort of stuck in the leek soup.
No, the leek soup is great.
Have
It's
you
a
done it?
diuretic. Yes, I did it. I did the whole thing.
You did that for one day.
Well, I did, but I liked it. And I remembered, and you drink a ton of water. I can't remember all the rest of the things, but I really felt good following it for that period of time.
How long did you do it?
And everything, but everything was small. Like, instead of like eating a ton of stuff. Like, if you ever
You are Jennifer Aniston.
No, but if you go on a trip, I still remember, like, you go on a trip somewhere overseas, and the portion comes, and you're like, what is this puny, tiny, little, like, where's the other half of what we're eating?
We don't eat right.
We gorge. We get big jumbos.
Large
and I'm
quesadilla.
disappointed when it doesn't. When it
I know,
comes
but
back
then
a
if
little.
you eat it, and probably, like Jennifer Aniston says, slowly.
Oh, that's the other thing.
Slowly.
You're supposed to chew each bite like 35 times or something. It's good.
Do you count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7?
But you really chew it because you know how we do.
Yes,
shovel it in.
I mean, and I've noticed that my kids are sort of like I am, where it's like they have so many things in their mouth, and then they're like, you know, it's like a choke.
No, it's funny. Eating with Joel. Joel's fork and knife, puts his utensils down and chews. Sometimes I catch him side-eyeing me, like almost horrified. You know, you don't really, it's like, because now we're so used to each other.
Yes.
So I was just shoveling it, and I saw him almost look at me like, oh, God.
How did he do that? It's like a marvel. He was like marveling at you. No, it's so funny because my dad is the fastest eater. He can probably sit and have a meal. He's the fastest, and Mila called him out on it. She was still eating her hamburger.
Yeah.
He'd already eaten, and she goes, what, you're gonna go get dessert because it's that important to you? And he was already up getting his dessert, and then he came around and he's like, are you done? And she's like, no. I'm not done. I was like, you're so awesome, and you're only 7, 8.
Can you imagine like that?
She's like, no, can you just, I'm only 8. Not all of this can be wolfed down in the amount of time you do it.
Oh, you're raising very, very kids who know what they want. That's
It's
amazing.
hilarious.
Most people would have just caved. Anyway, is it over?
I think it's done.
Okay, anyway.
That's it. That's all we've got for this episode of Today Talks.
Okay, guys, full confession. I got to see 3 episodes of Girls 5 Ever. Gonna be famous 5 ever.
Forever's too short.
Stop it. It's first of all, it's so catchy. And truth be told, I was supposed to be on the set starting the Today Show at 7. I was in my dressing room. I was playing episode 2.
Yay!
Played episode 3. They said, come down. I gave it to Savannah in the commercial. I said, watch 5 minutes. You guys are the Ted Lasso for women. It is so funny. So first of all, I need to know, how did you four get chosen to be together? Because to me, this is sort of magic. Busy, why don't you start us off?
It was a contest at the mall, Hoda, and we all just showed up. No, I mean, I feel so grateful when Tina Fey called me. Sarah and Renee were already signed on to the project, and it was as if someone in the middle of the hardest year in all of our, oh my God, I'm going to cry. Am I crying? I'm about to cry. The hardest year in all of our lives. Someone called me Tina Fey, the best in the world and offered me like my dream come true. Do you want to come and spend like the next 4 months working with the most incredible women and sing with the most talented singers and pretend that you were a pop star? And I was like, I like fell on the ground. So that's how I was lucky enough to join the cast. And when I read the script, I knew for sure, I was like, it has to be Paula Pell. If it's not Paula, I don't know who it is. And then we signed on for that table read and I saw Paula and I was like, yes.
Paula, you are a fan favorite. I mean, every time you come up on the screen, before you even open your mouth, I start laughing. I'm like, I'm not sure what's coming, but I got to get ready.
Gloria's the character always has that look. Like, it reminds me of my old grandpa Joey, who was Italian, that would always be like, you know what's wrong with this country? Everyone's got 2 cars. There's a lot of weight on her. She's got a lot of weight on her, but a lot of weight in her soul that she needs to unleash and unpeel in the series, which I love, because like the exhilaration of, you'll see later in the episodes that Gloria starts really letting it rip.
Oh, well, she lets it rip in the first few too.
That's true. She's not a shy flower in the first couple.
So Sarah and Renee, you guys were signed on first. So will you just tell me how did the call come for you, Renee?
I got sent the pilot script and I laughed so hard and cried a little bit because I was like, I just kept spit taking. Because my question was, I don't understand the title of this show, in the email. And then 2 pages into the pilot, I was like, oh my God, like 2 pages in, it was just the funniest. My favorite thing ever in any kind of 90s, group movie is that group that didn't make it, like that group that had like this huge moment of fame that didn't make it. And sometimes they're just in the beginning of a movie. And the fact that it's an entire series about the thing that just makes me laugh more than anything in the world is just a gift from Meredith Scardino.
Yes.
And Tina Fey.
Sarah, your voice is bar none. I've loved you since the very beginning. The minute I heard Sarah sing, it was like a warm hand on your heart. So I knew music was obviously in your blood. What I didn't know was that you have that funny timing. You have that great comedic timing. So when you were stepping into this role, and this is a little unfamiliar to you, I mean, you hadn't really acted in a comedy before. How did you get your sea legs?
Working amongst the sea of this beautiful community of talented people. I mean, I think, in some ways I think my sister Jenny is a hilarious person. And I think that I have spent my entire life looking up to her and watching her and her comedic timing. And then this was like an opportunity to like practice, but being so held and so supported by these 3 women in particular, but also our creative team and the other cast members. It was a really extraordinary set to be on. I think partially because we were coming to this job amidst COVID. And so there was this undercurrent of just gratitude to get to work, to be able to go to work and to be with other people and to do something creative that was joyful. All of it felt like very present to me. So I think, in the context of what last year felt like, it was like leap, and hopefully the ground shall appear, because it was a big trust fall. I was very nervous to sign on, and I told Tina and Meredith, I'm like, I think you called the wrong person. I don't know what you think this is not what I do. But I had so much fun.
Did you guys make it through without busting up in every take?
Oh my God, we did.
Yeah, that was hard.
We were at the very end of the shoot. We had, it was like the last hour where we were delirious. It was freezing cold outside. We were on our very last minute, and they handed us a sheet to just record something without camera, just for some like answering machine moment. And it was something a line for Busy that was so ungodly funny, and they didn't warn us, and we were so loopy, and she just said the line, and it was that church cry where you can't come back from it. And it's like, oh, like everyone is about to kill us because we're about to wrap on this entire season, and we cannot get through it. We couldn't get through it. We just kept having to like recollect. So, and I grew up in church, like grown up Catholic with a lot of giggle fits. And oh my God, we couldn't stop crying. We couldn't stop laughing, cry laughing.
How many of you guys saw Renee in Hamilton?
Oh, numerous times.
So many times.
Okay, come on. So you knew that she was just like a perfect human being. So
Oh my gosh.
first your role in this, Renee, is hilarious because I didn't see it coming. I'm like, you play this kind of diva. You don't care. You're like, get back, Nats. You're like dusting everyone away from you. Was it fun to get into that character, which is so not your personality?
Oh my God, thank you for saying that, Oda. Yeah, it was a stretch for me. You know what made it so easy? I'll just copy, Sarah. It's those women and how brilliantly funny they are, but also it was the styling. What I'm most excited about this show is that style team, the hair, the makeup, those clothes from that time, or even their choices in present day, what they wear. I almost felt like, don't judge my performance until they have put on this look. Because once I stepped into that 90s, that hair, those wigs, those clothes, once I stepped into that moment, I just felt like my Sasha Fierce came out.
Yeah.
And it was a joy.
We saw it too. It did come out.
It did. I mean, I was shocked. I was like, oh, get back. So I'm sorry.
It has been a long year.
Yeah, where it's been anything but normal.
Well, now there's hope. The COVID vaccines.
I know. It's been a little confusing.
Like really confusing. So it's more important than ever to make a plan. Visit planyourvaccine.com
to find out where and when to get your vaccine.
What are you waiting for?
Roll up your sleeves and plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know. The biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic!
Exclusive interviews.
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
And important headlines.
Major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day.
Some experts say that this bill still isn't enough. Do you accept that criticism? There's been a ton of confusion from the CDC. Can we try to clear some of this up? What are the issues that the party stands for? That seems to be the missing piece here. If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
But you guys, the singing is so on point. Y'all are joking the whole time. And the lyrics, by the way, they're such earworms. What's the lyric that is still an earworm for you guys?
Oh, God.
Oh, Dream Girlfriends. Yeah.
How does that go?
It just Dream Girlfriends, because our dads are dead.
So you never have to meet them and get asked why you left school.
I mean, it's my favorite. I sing
It's
it
so
sometimes
bad.
just like not even in jokes, doing the dishes. I'm just like, Dream Girlfriend. I mean, all the time I'm singing. Dream
I
Girlfriend.
worked for years with Jeff Richmond. I've known him for almost 20 years. And he, of course, was a musical director at SNL. He wrote so many funny things at SNL. He's so talented. And then add Meredith Scardino, who's one of the funniest comedy writers on earth. And the two of them with the lyrics and music together are just, and of course he did Mean Girls the musical, but it's like on Broadway, but just like incredibly funny songs. And then of course our big song at the end of the season is written by the incredible Sarah Bareilles that made us open mouth bubble cry, like put a bubble out of our mouth crying when we first heard it. And we get to sing that. We get to sing what she wrote with these three, and it is like a pinch me every single day doing it.
I didn't know. I mean, I knew you wrote Waitress, obviously, and you ended up on Broadway on stage that night, and I remember that too. That was beautiful. I didn't know you wrote a song for this one too.
I did. Yeah, it was testament to the deeply collaborative and sort of open-hearted nature of the writing team and the music, the whole music department, but Jeff in particular, who approached me kind of early in the season saying, you know, we have this song kind of towards the end. We know the concept a little bit, but are you interested in playing? And at that point, I was a little bit just like, I don't quite know what I'm doing. I'm just trying to remember my lines. And so I don't know if I can take it on. But as the season went on, and just madly fell in love with everyone on set, but these three in particular. And then it became really fun to think about, you know, what would we say if, you know, it's celebrating the idea of being perfectly imperfect. We're coming up 4 stars instead of 5 stars. So it's like that, the idea that they find a way to celebrate themselves in all of their flaws, in all of their imperfections. And then it was just a collaboration. I mean, it was Meredith's lyrical ideas that I sort of teased out in different directions, and Jeff was at the ready to kind of, you know, ping pong it back and forth. But it was so celebratory. I felt so proud.
I love the whole concept, because a lot of us right now, some are in our 40s, some of us are in our 50s. And I think you guys are in those categories.
Yes.
And you feel like there's something about reclaiming a little bit of something.
Yeah,
Don't you love, I just love the whole premise, Busy.
Yeah, I mean, well, for me, that was also part of what was so incredible, that I feel like so many of us of this age group, so many women feel connected to reclaiming your narrative and being able to, I mean, it's something I feel really strong about, obviously, and to have I was being an actor, you know, I want you guys on television, and to have this sort of mirrored big comedy storyline about, you know, 4 women who went in very and were told a lot of things about who were the people of, and now they're adults and they're like grown women who realize, well, wait, I don't have to be held to that anymore, and then all of that together, which is like what I love for supporting one another. So I mean, the show's insane and hilarious and incredible, but also just the heart of that and the relatability is something that I love so deeply.
I totally agree. Your character is put on. She's trying to let everything that she's made it big, when in reality she's got a big secret. I think a lot of women try to front, put a face. It's all yes. They do that. They're like, I want people to think I have my stuff together.
What's it about, you know? I mean, if there's anything that we should get at this age, it should be the ability to let that go. And I think the harder it is for them to do, the more relatable they are, and they succeed at it. When they succeed at playing their voice, as she said, or just understanding that there's still value to it, or even the industry that said, no, keep saying no. Just that is something that we deserve. I mean, we deserve it in the world, we deserve it as women that are getting older and getting better. So it's an underdog story of it just, you know, song that resonates bigger than like the idea of what the show is about.
I can't.
Also, can I just say, like, all of us on the Zoom, I would say, are in our prime now. All, you know what I mean? If you told that age for me, I would be like, okay, no, you just wait. I'm like, in Paula, Renee, and Hoda, you and life, and my beautiful SB, and your, you know, I just think, wow, this is where that is not 23.
I think women, I grew up as a woman who holds gravity. That's my new word for size. And I really always was living the potential. Everyone would tell me my potential. You could be this, you could be great, you could be this, you could be, and always they would give me some wisdom. It was so insulting when in the film world, but I didn't know. It was like, okay, I feel like women so much are always told, you could, if you did this, you could, this whole story, this show, and the songs, everything, and the way we take it back from the men, but the kind of control of our career and give us the songs. I think now we're like, we're gonna write our own songs. It's kind of symbolic. We're gonna write our own song. We're gonna write our own, and we're gonna be a sentence, and we're gonna be enough, and we're gonna be really excited about that.
Such an empowering moment. That moment right there that you're describing, Paula. And I was thinking, Sarah, was you guys were all in the room and you sung some memorable happy demo, and everyone was like, and then finally, guys, they know I actually don't like that. And I just wondered, like in real life, you've managed to be a career through all this stuff, and I feel like I don't know if this is right, but I feel like people always kind of like, this is me. Take me or leave me. This is me.
I think and it was not I think I would want to remind people that there was clumsy and like it had so many flaws to that. Flaws in the fact that I was so shut down to the machine and in a collaborative way. I was so protective of losing myself that I put myself up to people who may have expanded my perspective or augmented my talent in some way. I was so my dudes were up for such a long time, but and so I was in the beginning when I started music career, and I had this experience of singing up with songs just fun. And I'm like, I don't want to, and I like left, and I of course crying, and I'm like, oh, I'm so used to the world, and this makes me like the place where we hit those hurdles that are something. That's the kind of energy of the universe that I really know, because sometimes you have to know what you don't want before you know what you do want. And I think this show really shows that.
Yeah. That's when you find out who you are. Yeah. You are so afraid to speak up, and then you speak up, and you go and cry, and then you're like, yeah, that's what I don't like. I don't want to do it.
I am so crazy about this show. I think it's going to be a crazy hit. I mean, I cannot think of one friend of mine who would not be glued to this, but you all to home run, and I can't wait. So I just want to say this is the perfect combination. Hats off to Tina, and hats off to your brilliant writer on this show, and just hats off to you guys. What a great yes, all the way.
Wherever you get your podcasts.
NBC News app.
Good evening from New Orleans. It's breaking news. There you go.
For breaking news or changing world, download the NBC News app.
The Make the Press Chat podcast. Wherever you get your podcasts.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. If you miss everything you love about our show, 30.
One thing 30 on your schedule. Every day on Today All Day. Today is podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
The Make the Press Chat podcast. Free wherever you get your podcasts.
Here, where it's been anything but normal.
Well, now there's hope. The crisis.
I know, it's been a little confusing.
Really confusing. It's more important than ever to make a plan. PlanYourVaccine.com
to find out where and get your vaccine.
What are you waiting for? Roll up your sleeves and plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Some experts say this still isn't enough. You accept criticism? There's been a ton of confusion from the CDC. Can we try to clear this up? What are the issues the party stand for? That seems to be the missing piece here.
It's me, press.
Let's go. And good evening from New Orleans. There is breaking news. There you go.
The name Busy is fitting for our next guest because Busy Phillips has a lot going on. She is a New York Times bestselling author, podcast host, actor, and a mom.
Her career took off with Freaks and Geeks, a cult classic TV series set in the 80s about friends at a Michigan high school.
Well, now Busy is starring in a new Peacock original comedy. It's executive produced by Tina Fey, Girls Five Eva. That's what it's called, Girls Five Eva. Remember that. It follows once famous 90s pop stars who are trying to reclaim their celebrity status.
Summer, you're home. Always. Oh, I just heard us during Peloton. We are back. What are we going to do? You know, Carnival has a 90s themed cruise that goes around the Pacific Garbage Patch.
No. I just have your licensing check. It expires on Friday, so. Oh, and I brought you this baby gift that I've had for you for like 5 Eva.
That is so sweet. Thank you. Oh, come. You have to meet Stevia, but don't touch her. She's not vaccinated.
It's timely.
Busy Phillips up early. Good to see you. Thank you for getting up.
Oh, it's so great to see you. Well, guys, I'm on the East Coast now, so this is
that's true. Oh, so it's not that early.
Yeah.
Is it true, Busy, that when this opportunity came along, you actually thought about not returning to acting?
Well, the truth is that I was planning on not returning to acting. And then Tina Fey called me and said, hey, I have this part on a TV show where you would be playing essentially, you know, grown-up Spice Girl kind of, you know, a girl from a 90s band, girl group who, you know, is now in her 40s and they attempt to come back, and Sarah Bareilles and Renee Elise Goldsberry are already signed on, and Meredith Scardino, who created the show and wrote the script. And I just think you are the person to play Summer. And I guess at that point you're like, well, I mean, you can't say no to Tina Fey. And then to live the dream of being a 90s pop group. I mean, I have one question. Are there flashbacks? And she's like, yes. And I said, do I get to play myself in the flashbacks? And she said yes. And I was like, I'm in.
You know, and there are so many levels to it, too, because first of all, you guys can all really sing. Like, each of you can hold your own mega concert, but put all of you guys together. So that's one. And then also, it's fun to watch. I heard you guys talking with Hoda a little earlier this morning. There's a message in there, too. I mean, you know, you're 40, you're 50, or you're 60. You can still have great things ahead of you, you know?
Yeah, and I think, you know, we talked about this with Hoda, like, to me, when I look at even just the ladies on the show, when I look at so many women in my life, so many of my friends, they're really now hitting their stride in so many ways, career-wise, family-wise, you know, and I just personally feel like, you know, at 23, 24, when I started out, I mean, I started out in this business at 19, but, you know, I didn't know that my 40s were going to be the thing. It's going to be the best, you know?
And look at you now.
And, I mean, here we are.
So tell us about your character, Summer. I mean, I feel like in girls groups, especially in the 90s, they all just had that different thing about them that made them special. What makes Summer so special?
Right. Well, yeah, I think that the typical thing in those sort of put together girl groups is that they each were given a personality, right? You know, like this was who this one is. Like this one's the singer,
You're
and
right.
this one's the sporty one. So Summer is really like, she's very sweet. She's been living this life since the girl group where, you know, she's really just been living for the past fame. She's married to a man who was in a boy band.
Of course.
Yes. Their daughter is an internet influencer, and she has been trying to get back into the limelight basically since she was kicked out of the limelight. So she's very excited about the possibility for a comeback, but she doesn't particularly have any real ideas or really can't offer much in terms of how to make that happen, except for enthusiasm.
There you go.
Well, you have the enthusiasm too, which we love.
Busy thing.
Hey guys, welcome today. So happy you're joining us.
The U.S. swimming star Katie Ledecky in the house.
Eddie, come on out. You're making me cry.
This is an incredible moment.
Join us every morning on Today. Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Make the most of your day with Today All Day. Get closer to all your friends at Today in a whole new way.
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Shop today with Jill Martin.
We're helping you shop like never before.
The latest styles and biggest names. Today food.
Things are heating up in the Today All Day kitchen.
Cooking essentials and recipe inspiration.
Is that ready? Are you ready?
Oh, I'm so ready.
Only on Today All Day.
Let's go. And good evening from New Orleans. There is breaking news. There you go.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Renee Elise Goldberry is the Tony-winning actress who played Angelica Schuyler in Lin-Manuel Miranda's hit Broadway smash Hamilton, which, by the way, in case you were wondering, it started streaming this summer.
It did. I think everybody
Yes.
knows that. But now the multi-talented actress is in the fast lane in DreamWorks' animated Fast and Furious Spy Racers. She plays Miss Nowhere, a secret agent who recruits thrill-seeking teen drivers to infiltrate a criminal street racing circuit.
And guys, that's not enough. She's got another big project. She's working with Tina Fey. Renee, good morning, good morning. Tell us what it's like, the great Tina Fey. I mean, she's usually right across the street from us here at 30 Rock. What's it like working with her?
She is one of those people, oh my gosh, now especially because she has to wear a mask. All of that amazingness, awesomeness that she is, she comes in the room and you don't even know she's there. She's just like this brilliant person that whispers in your ear as she walks by. Kind of like the best of us. She can be so unassuming, which is what's so amazing about her talent being so great.
You play a role that really is a dream role for many singers. You play a member of a girl group who had a one-hit wonder. Is that like a dream?
You know, it is a dream, actually. It's so funny. The idea of being in a one-hit wonder group back in the day for me seemed like I had not made it. But right now, I would love to have one hit. This group, yeah, it's a group of women who had a big hit in the 90s, and we end up getting another chance about 20 years later. So it's the fun of watching slightly older women, you know, reclaim their joy and reclaim their power. It's hilarious. It's Busy Phillips, Paula Pell, Sarah Bareilles, me.
Paula Pell is one of the funniest.
I love that. And Sarah,
oh my gosh, she's so funny.
Isn't she so
you're
funny?
getting a call.
Somebody
No, you're getting
calling
a
you?
call. It's okay.
Don't
But
worry,
by the
she's
way,
here.
you said slightly older. I want to emphasize the slightly.
Hey, Today All Day, coming up on Hashtag Cooking, Sama Dada is sharing her favorite dinner recipes that also make great leftovers. If you happen to be dining solo, these weeknight meals are hearty, healthy, and best of all, pretty easy to make, and you'll have a lot to share.
I just love the smell of ginger and garlic together. It reminds me of my mom. Aw. It was so cute of me. Sometimes it kind of feels like you need an occasion to cook. But guess what? You don't need to be going to a dinner party to make delicious food for yourself. Because you know what? A party for one? It's hashtag still a party. So I'm gonna show you how to get this party started with my delicious, flavorful best dal ever and a crunchy, creamy kale salad. Dal is a staple in Indian cooking. It was always on my dinner table growing up, thanks to my mom. My mom and I still shop for our lentils at Indian markets, but you can get them wherever you get your groceries. Little tip for cooking lentils, super important to always rinse them before you cook them. You want to rinse them until the water runs clear so we get rid of any debris. And then we're gonna soak them. This will allow it to cook faster, and you can soak them either overnight or at least up to 30 minutes. I have my pre-soaked lentils here, and now all I'm gonna do is drain the water out, like so. Get any residual lentils out. Can't leave any behind. They'll feel left out. Okay, we're gonna let these hang out for a bit while we prepare the base of our dal. I've heated my stove to medium heat, and now I'm just gonna add a little bit of olive oil, let that heat up, and then I'll work on my onions, garlic, and ginger. Adding a bit of olive oil here. Let that heat up. And now, I'm gonna talk about my aromatics. So, onions, garlic, and ginger. I cannot imagine any dal without these base ingredients. They're the aromatics that really impart a lot of flavor. It's gonna become really deep and rich and flavorful, especially when paired with a fat like olive oil. I've got one whole onion that I've diced here, and I'm just gonna add it into my oil. We love that sizzle. And I just wanna saute the onions until they're nice and tender and translucent. I'm adding them separately away from the ginger and garlic because I don't want these guys to burn while I cook them with the onions. So while my onions are cooking, I'm gonna work on my ginger and garlic. By work on, I mean grate them. I'm using 5 cloves of garlic here because I love a garlic moment. If that scares you, you can take it down a notch, but I'm always gonna keep it up a notch. I'm just grating this on a microplane until they're nice and really fine. Grating the garlic this fine is gonna allow it to impart a lot of flavor onto this dal, especially when paired with those onions. I'm gonna be grating these forever. Don't neglect your onions, okay? You wanna make sure these are happy too. Love garlic. I love garlic. No shame in my garlic game. That's why I'm adding 5. 5 cloves. We're starting off strong. This recipe is truly one of my favorite plant-based meal options because it's super flavorful, but it's also packed with protein from the lentils, really warming spices. It's one of my favorites. I can't believe I'm microplaning and also looking at a camera. I love that for me. Okay, garlic there. Now it's time for our ginger. Again, we can't neglect our onions. We want them to be tender and translucent and a little bit golden before we add the garlic and the ginger, just so we have already some caramelization going on before we hit the garlic and onions. Microplaning the garlic and the ginger is nice because it almost forms this paste, so it's gonna be really easy to cook in with our onions as well. Going with my ginger. Ginger is super healthy for you, and actually so is garlic. I just love the smell of ginger and garlic together. It reminds me of my mom. Aw. That's so cute of me. I know my heart is warm too. Don't worry, I'm still grating this ginger. You can leave, I'll still be here grating ginger. This is why I have only one bicep on my right arm. Because of my ginger grating skills. When you cook the onions and garlic and ginger in a fat like olive oil, it's gonna really break down those flavors so it becomes super flavorful and aromatic. We want that when we're pairing it with something like a dal. I'm all done with my ginger. Got my ginger, garlic, minced, grated situation here. My onions are looking tender, translucent, a little golden around the edges. So now it's the perfect time to add my ginger and garlic. You can see how it's kind of a paste. This is gonna be great for that flavor. I'm gonna cook the garlic and ginger in with the onions until all of the flavors really incorporate and it starts to brown a little bit. It smells so good. Now that my garlic and ginger have started to brown in with the onions, I'm gonna add my masala, or my spices. My favorites to use here are my cayenne, my turmeric, cumin, and coriander. It's really important that you do roast these spices because you don't want that raw smell or that raw taste. You want it to be super well browned so that it's aromatic. It smells so good. Now that my masala smells really nice, excuse me. Now that my masala smells really nice and toasty, I'm gonna go ahead and add my tomato paste. I'm using tomato paste here because I really like to impart that really deep tomato flavor, and when you brown this tomato paste, it's gonna taste so good. When you're cooking the tomato paste, you want it to turn a very deep, dark red brick color. And again, nobody likes that raw tomato taste or smell, so you wanna really cook it through. Now that I've cooked my tomato paste in with my masala, it's time to add my crushed tomatoes. I'm using canned tomatoes here. There is no shame here. I love a canned tomato. I love convenience. You can use diced tomatoes as well. I love a canned tomato moment. I think especially if you're cooking for one, there's no reason why you shouldn't use what's already in your pantry. You want to cook these tomatoes for about 3 to 5 minutes until they reduce and darken in color. Cooking the tomatoes in with the onions, garlic, ginger, and spices is going to allow it to be a lot more flavorful. Lentils themselves don't have a ton of flavor on their own, so that's why adding all of these different ingredients and spices is going to be really delicious for the actual dal itself. I'm going to season with a bit of salt and pepper here. Now I'm going to add some vegetable broth. And now we're going to add some coconut milk. Instead of using a cream or a ghee or a butter, we're using coconut milk to give that same really delicious creamy flavor, but without the dairy. Now we're just waiting for it to come to a boil. We're just waiting. We're a little impatient, but we're waiting. We're almost there. We're making progress. I love adding coconut milk to lentils because it makes them super creamy. It looks like we're boiling. Now that we're boiling and in business, I'm gonna reduce to a simmer and let it cook for 5 more minutes. Smells so good. Now we're gonna add our lentils. We're gonna simmer this for about 30 minutes until the lentils are soft and the curry gets really nice and thick. It looks so creamy already. Just wait till it's done though. All right, see you later.
Some experts say that this bill still isn't enough. Do you accept that criticism? There's been a ton of confusion from the CDC. Can we try to clear some of this up? What are the issues that the party stands for? That seems to be the missing piece here.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Make the most of your day with Today All Day. Get closer to all your friends in today in a whole new way.
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Shop today with Jill Martin.
We're helping you shop like never before.
The latest styles and biggest names. Today Food.
Things are heating up in the Today All Day kitchen.
Cooking essentials and recipe inspiration.
Get ready. Are you ready?
Oh, I'm so ready.
Only on Today All Day.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate
it. Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day.
Been about 30 minutes, so you know what that means. My dal should be ready. It's looking so nice, so thick and delicious, but there are a couple more things that I want to add. I'm gonna add in a little bit of sneaky spinach. This is not really traditional, but I do like to sneak some greens in where I can. Just chopped it up. Gonna add that straight in there and stir it up until it wilts. Going in there. So you're just gonna stir the spinach in until it wilts. Look at how thick that is. It looks so good. And the green adds some nice contrast to the red and yellow lentils, so it looks really aesthetically pleasing as well. Ooh, it looks so pretty. I'm also gonna add some fresh lemon juice, just for some acidity. You've got a lot of heavy flavors here, so it's really nice to add a bit of tang at the end. straight into my pot. We love a little lemon zing. Mix that lemon juice straight in there. I'm gonna finish this all off by adding some fresh cilantro. The tender stems are okay, but I like to remove the thicker stems because those are a bit more bitter. You can totally chop this if you'd like, but I'm just gonna tear it roughly. Because I kind of like those big pieces of cilantro. Oh, it's so pretty. Almost too pretty to eat. Keyword almost. And now it's time for me to serve myself. This dal is super versatile because you can eat it straight up as a soup, or you can also serve it with some naan or some rice. Look at how thick that is too. Ooh, it's so creamy. Here's my sneaky spinach. Can't leave them behind. And then to garnish, I'm just gonna add a little bit more cilantro on top. Just a little for the picture, you know? This looks so pretty. I have to send a picture to my mom. She's gonna be so proud of me. Oh, and I gotta get that naan and rice in there too. This is such a party for one. Like, I love this for me. This is an amazing dish because it stores really well too, so you can totally freeze it or keep it in the fridge for up to a week. I think it is time for me to taste it. I'm gonna go in straight up. I think my mom and I need to have a dal off. It was really good. I think this would impress her. Don't mind me while I take another few bites of this dal, but next I'm going to show you a kale salad that you are absolutely going to love. So good.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Let's go. And good evening from New Orleans. There is breaking news. There you go.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright. Are you ready? We're going to do our part to spread the word on the importance of vaccines, so crucial for reopening America.
A big day around here, a very special naturalization ceremony.
Many of them doctors, nurses, other essential workers.
If you are a nurse, thank you.
Spring has sprung, guys, and we want to fill this season with some fun and surprises.
Yes, this is the face of excitement.
Celebrating Earth Day.
Let's change the world.
Love
It has been a long year.
Yeah, where it's been anything but normal.
Well, now there's hope. The COVID vaccines.
I know. It's been a little confusing.
Like, really confusing.
So it's more important than ever to make a plan. Visit planyourvaccine.com
To find out where and when to get your vaccine.
What are you waiting for? Roll up your sleeves and plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate
it. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
You might be thinking, another kale salad? Sama, did we really need another kale salad? And to that, I say yes, we need this one. It is my favorite creamy, crunchy, savory kale salad that's really gonna make you want to eat your greens. The first step that we're gonna do to make this salad is make our croutons. This is a great way to use up any of your leftover stale bread. Your stale bread is not destined for the trash, it's destined to be croutons. All right, here's my loaf of bread. I'm just gonna slice this up, dice it a bit, and then we're gonna season it. When you're slicing bread, always remember to use a serrated knife so that I can cut through the bread a lot easier. So I really like nice, thick, and crunchy croutons, so I'm gonna cut the bread slices pretty thick so we can get it there. should be good. Now I'm just gonna dice up these slices of bread. There's nothing better than a crouton in a salad. It really just adds that nice, crunchy, savory element. Plus, I will really just eat bread like whenever I can get an opportunity. This is a great opportunity. Sourdough croutons are my favorite because it's got that nice tang, and with the savory elements that we're gonna add, like the spices, it's gonna be so good. I'm one of those people that likes the end piece of a loaf of bread. They exist. I'm one of them. Now that I've got my croutons, all I'm gonna do is drizzle them with some olive oil and then season with salt, pepper, and red pepper flakes. Seasoning with some salt, some pepper. You can use your favorite seasonings here as well, but I love these 3. Now I'm just gonna toss them. And you know what? This is a dinner for one, me being the one. So I'm just gonna toss this with my hands. Make sure the olive oil and spices really nicely coat the bread. These look nice and evenly seasoned, so now I'm just gonna transfer them to my parchment lined pan. I wanna make sure that these are nice and spread out so they get a really crisp and even bake. So I might even reserve some of these to bake off later so I can get that nice crisp crouton. Now I'm just gonna throw them in the oven for 10 to 15 minutes at 425 degrees. Make sure you stir them once during baking.
Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Start your day with us every morning. Get your daily dose of news on the go with the Today podcast. And stream Today anytime you want.
Today, all day.
Every day. Wherever you are, Today is there.
It has been a long year.
Yeah, where it's been anything but normal.
Well, now there's hope. The COVID vaccines.
I know. It's been a little confusing.
Like really confusing.
So it's more important than ever to make a plan. Visit planyourvaccine.com
To find out where and when to get your vaccine.
What are you waiting for? Roll up your sleeves and plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
The U.S. swimming star Katie Ledecky in the house.
Eddie, come on out. You're making me cry.
This is an incredible moment.
Join us every morning on Today. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Well, guess what? My croutons are done. They look nice and golden and crisp. So I'm just gonna let them hang out and cool while I make my dressing. For the base of my salad dressing, I'm using tahini. If you don't know what tahini is, it's simply sesame seeds that have been ground up into a paste that's similar in texture to a peanut butter. It is my favorite savory grounding base for sauces and dressings. To my tahini, I'm gonna add a little bit of mustard, just for a bit of flavor. I'm gonna add some extra virgin olive oil, just a little. I'm gonna add some fresh lemon juice to this dressing to balance out the earthiness of the tahini. I also love a little tang in my dressings. It's gonna be so good. You want your salad dressing to be really bright and flavorful, especially when we're pairing it with a tougher green like a kale. All right, my lemon is in. I'm gonna whisk this a bit. Now I'm gonna add some of my spices. Got some freshly ground black pepper. Some salt. And for a little bit of spice, this seems to be the trend, some red pepper flakes. Now I'm just gonna whisk all of this together. You'll notice that this dressing is starting to seize, which means that it's becoming a little bit difficult to mix. So all we're gonna do is add a little bit of cold water to help everything come together. You can add more or less water to get the dressing to your desired consistency. To me, a tahini-based dressing is really similar to a Caesar dressing, so I really like to use it on kale because there's nothing better than a really delicious kale Caesar. Look at how creamy this is. And no dairy. This looks really delicious and creamy to me. So I'm gonna set this aside and get to work on my kale. To prepare my kale, all I'm gonna do is remove these tough stems. I don't love these stems because they're a little bit too fibrous, so I really don't want them at my party. You can just tear it straight off and discard the stems. You could use a knife to chop this up, but tearing it is a lot more fun. Kale is a really good salad green because it's got all of these ridges that allow the dressing to really get all up in there. See ya. I like to keep the kale in bigger pieces here because when I marinate it in the dressing, it's gonna wilt down a little. I'm a kale whisperer. We're making kale fun again. Really? You thought you didn't need another kale salad? You were wrong. This is the only kale salad you'll ever need. And I'm not biased at all. This is completely impartial. It's not like this is my favorite kale salad or anything. Again, you could have definitely used a knife, but I just made the life choice not to. It's a lot more fun to tear it. Just gonna add my kale to my bowl. And this is where this dinner for one party gets really fun. I get to become a kale masseuse. I'm gonna add this dressing into my kale and just massage it so the dressing gets all up into the ridges of the kale. Pouring that dressing straight in there, okay? And now I'm just gonna use my hands, they are clean, and massage my kale. Massaging your kale is super important because it helps to break down those tough fibers in the kale, and it really gets the dressing all evenly coated inside the kale. Look at it. The dressing is already coating it super nicely and it's becoming even softer. Okay, I got a little bit too excited massaging the kale, so now I'm gonna go rinse my hands off. The kale has really had a nice massage. It's feeling super zen, so it's time to set it aside and I'm gonna prepare my add-ins. So I'm adding some tomatoes into the salad to add those really nice bursts of sweetness, and it's gonna complement both the kale and the dressing really nicely. You can use grape tomatoes here, you can use cherry tomatoes. I find that these are a lot nicer and sweeter, so that's why it's gonna be a great complement to this kale salad. That kale is so lucky though, it got a super long massage. My favorite part about this kale salad is that you've got a lot of crunchy elements like these sunflower seeds and the croutons, and some creamy elements like these beans and avocado. So I'm gonna go ahead and dice my avocado. So pretty. To dice this, I'm gonna dice it in the skin. So I'm just going to create the dicing inside so it makes it a lot easier to scoop right out and into my salad. I'm creating little hashtags in honor of hashtag cooking, and I'm gonna add into my salad. Scoop it straight out. Make sure you get all the way to the peel, to the skin, so that you can remove the avocado easily, like so. Okay, this avocado is a bit resistant. It's fine. All right, another half. Now we're moving on to another creamy component, my beans. These are gonna be really delicious because they're gonna add some protein, but also be super velvety and creamy in the salad. Add these straight in. I'm using white beans or cannellini beans here, but you can use whatever bean you'd like. Now I'm gonna add some sunflower seeds for another crunchy textural element. I'm gonna reserve some for the top. You can even use pumpkin seeds here if you'd like. And finally, for my croutons. Perhaps the reason you're interested in the salad in the first place? So these guys? I won't tell. I'm like kind of there with you. I'm just kidding, I love everything in this salad. I'm gonna reserve some croutons for the top as well, just to get that crunchiness. Now I'm gonna toss. Now I'm just gonna toss my salad together. There's so many fun elements going on here. It's a very exciting salad. And it's kind of pretty too. You got the tomatoes, which are nice and bright. Avocado. To finish it off, I'm gonna add some sunflower seeds on top. We're a little bit about aesthetics here. Not gonna front. And some croutons too. And this is my kale salad dinner for one, which also means that I can eat out of this bowl and no one's really gonna know or care because it's just me. This is such a glamorous kale salad that I cannot eat it without taking a picture first. This will inspire any kale hater or kale skeptic to eat their kale, I promise. Just try it out. Now it's my turn to try it out. And even if I don't finish this all right now, this stores super well because it's just gonna marinate in its dressing for longer and get even more flavorful. Here I go. You just gotta get a little bit of everything. Some of the kale, the crouton, the tomato. Maybe it's too much for me to get a bit of everything, but I'm gonna try. Okay. I really am trying to get a bit of everything and it's not gonna work. Will it work? Okay. Here I go. Yeah. I mean, crunch from the sunflower seeds. Wait, I need a crouton. Really crunchy. So good. Can you hear that? You can hear that? You know what? I think there are gonna be a lot of kale converts after they try the salad.
We are back. I'm Anthony Contrino, and it is time to get saucy. We've got a brand new kitchen and new episodes coming your way this summer. Tune in to Today All Day, Mondays at 11 a.m.
It has been 5 years since we lost an American icon, boxing legend and civil rights advocate Muhammad Ali.
Well, now a new documentary looks at how the death of the greatest galvanized and brought people together.
It's called City of Ali, and it premiered last week in Ali's hometown of Louisville, Kentucky.
The documentary reminds us of his impact through accounts from his wife, Lonnie, friends, reporters like myself who were witnesses to history, and one of his daughters, Rashida Ali. We live in a time now where there are so many things that divide us. I always remember how unified we were in celebrating the life and legacy of Muhammad Ali.
I had no idea that I was going to see people in the streets lined up. People were shouting, "Thank you." I think it meant, thank you for sharing him.
And Rashida Ali joins us now. Rashida, good to see you. Thank you so much for coming on this morning.
Thank you so much for having me. Good morning.
You know, you said something that caught my attention. You said that there are moments that you don't even recall from the day your father was laid to rest there in Louisville back in 2016. But you clearly remember seeing those fans lining the streets in droves to celebrate his life. Why were you so surprised at the outpouring of love for the greatest?
I knew Daddy's just Daddy to me and my kids and my siblings. So he's just Daddy to us. And we knew he was great and we knew he was amazing. But I think we were all shocked and surprised to see that, we drove 20 miles from the funeral home to his final resting place in Cave Hill Cemetery. So for 20 miles, I don't think we ever expected to see people lined up toe to toe, all different races, nationalities, ages, religions, social economic groups. You couldn't see the sidewalk. So for 20 miles, we saw lines and lines of people just waving, saying, thank you, smiling. They had banners. It was such a beautiful thing to watch. I don't think we expect, even my children were like, Daddy, Poppy has it like this. And I said, yeah, Daddy's kind of punk rock. I was surprised myself. I knew he was loved and revered all over the world, but I had no idea it was 100,000 people. Yeah. And there were memory lapse for me because I don't remember people talking to me that day. I don't remember what was going on that whole entire week. Yeah. And first, I'd like to say, I want to give a shout out to Jonathan McHugh, the producer, and the director, Graham Shelby, who invited me to be a part of this project for City of Ali, because it was the first time that I was able to see footage that was going on during a time that was my darkest hour. So things I forgot, I was able to watch in the film. I was able to actually watch this whole thing unfold during my darkest hour personally.
Rashida, he's a larger than life figure. One thing I like about this documentary is it backs it all the way up to where he learned his values and core principles. What did he learn growing up in that pink house from the family and the greater community within his hometown?
Well, my grandmother, Mama Bird, and my grandpa, Papa Cash, they taught him love and honor and respect and loyalty, and they're good people. In the documentary, in the film, you'll see my dad's neighbors. I didn't know my dad was a babysitter for his neighbor down the street. It was so cool that I was able to learn so many wonderful things about my father in this wonderful film, and he was such a warm and caring person. But you'll see why my dad created the Muhammad Ali Center, because he had those values instilled in him at a young age, those confidence, conviction, charity, dedication, respect, spirituality. All of those 6 core principles my dad instilled from his parents, and he used them throughout his whole entire life, and it helped him get through many trials and tribulations.
Wow. Rashida Ali. Rashida, thank you.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day. Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know. The biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic!
Exclusive interviews.
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
And important headlines.
Major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
Let's go. And good evening from New Orleans. There is breaking news. There you go.
Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Start your day with us every morning. Get your daily dose of news on the go with the Today podcast. And stream Today anytime you want.
Today, all day.
Every day.
Wherever you are, Today is there.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Past January marked 11 years since an earthquake devastated Haiti. People around the world, you may remember, rushed to help, including two-time Oscar award-winning actor Sean Penn.
Sean and members of his nonprofit organization, now renamed CORE, spent months in Haiti lending a helping hand in any way possible. And it's all been chronicled in a new documentary called Citizen Penn.
Watching these amputations happen with saws that were taken out of hardware stores or whatever it was. I mean, virtually Civil War medicine stuff that was going on. You're registering faces of human beings that have just taken this incredible hit. And they could be, like I'm looking at you, another adult right now, but you could also be looking at a small child in that situation. And you're, of course, thinking of your own kids.
Well, Sean joins us live this morning, as well as the director and producer of the documentary, Don Hardy. Good morning to both of you, gentlemen. Thanks for joining us.
Morning. Good morning.
You know, Sean, even before this earthquake hit, you were known for your humanitarian work. And I was there covering that earthquake, and I know you can't help but be moved when you saw what happened. Why did you decide to dedicate your attention to this humanitarian crisis?
Really, in so many ways, it was an accident. The intention originally was to stay in Haiti for about 2 weeks. I'd never been to Haiti before, but I'd spoken to some medical leaders there, both with the Haitian Ministry of Health and also Paul Farmer, who's been in Haiti for 25 years, to ask what the immediate needs were. We were able to identify 350,000 vials of morphine. And our notion was to distribute that morphine for because they had no intravenous pain medications for all the traumatic injuries that were happening, and to distribute those over about a 2-week period. And we ended up staying 11 years.
Don, let me bring you in here. You know, we showed this video at the beginning of the interview here, and I think we all remember when it happened and people rushed in to help, but sometimes you worry, for a lot of people, it's kind of out of sight, out of mind. What are you hoping people get from this documentary? Why did you join in?
Yeah, I think that was the real inception of this idea to even go down there. I'd known Sean a bit before the earthquake, and then after it happened, I saw him on newscast talking about what he was seeing on the ground there in the days and weeks after the earthquake. And I reached out and said, "Do you need somebody to help document this, to try to get clips out to news networks, just to keep it in people's eyes?" And that was really how it started for me. And we weren't really thinking about making a documentary. It was just that urgency to get things out so that people could know what was happening there.
And in fact, Sean, you were at first kind of reluctant to turn this into a documentary. How come?
Well, it's a tricky thing because you know, there's the awkward space of being, in essence, part of the subject of it. And there's also, you know, the way that you are most effective is especially in immediate disaster response, does not always include the kind of civility that you might want portrayed. So you have to, and when you have people that you're negotiating with, if they see a camera present, they're going to question agendas in the space. So it was, you know, I was very cautious. It's why Don is somebody I knew and trusted, not only as a person, but as a filmmaker, that if at some point this was going to represent an archive of a period of time that established CORE, I wanted to make sure it was in honest hands.
Well, I think they know your heart, and I think that's going to be very clear when people see this documentary.
That's right. Don, thank you so much. Sean, thank you. And thanks for the work you've been doing at the forefront of the pandemic as well with CORE, so we really appreciate it. Our next guest is an NBA legend, a 6-time champion and the league's all-time scoring leader.
But Kareem Abdul-Jabbar's legacy extends far beyond basketball. For decades, he's fought for change and stood up to social injustice.
Now, Kareem is the executive producer and narrator of a new special on the History Channel. It's titled Fight the Power, the Movements
that changed America. It recounts pivotal moments, including some that changed Kareem himself.
One thing that was very instrumental in me having more compassion and trying to understand what's going on beyond my experience had to do with the murder of Matthew Shepard in 1998. You know, he was tortured and left to die out in the freezing cold. Why? Because he was gay? It's the same as what happened with Emmett Till.
Kareem is with us this morning. Good morning, Kareem.
Morning.
Good morning. How you doing?
I'm doing great, and we're excited to talk to you about this because this whole docuseries really covers major movements, and I'm wondering if there is a thread, a common trend you see through the movements that have impacted this country through history.
Well, I think the whole idea of protest is probably part of our DNA as Americans, because our country started because we had a very serious problem with being unfairly taxed for tea, and some people who thought they were doing the right thing threw all that tea in Boston Harbor. And that's how it got started, and it ended up with us having our own republic, and it's part of who we are. And I think the whole thing has to do with the fact that no matter what your little niche might be for your little group, at some point, people are going to decide that you don't fit. It works for everybody. Ask any immigrant that has come to this country, they've had a tough time for a while. So we have to understand why people protest and make sure that we do not let oppression become, the rule of law. That should not be part of the rule of law.
You know, Kareem, a lot of folks might not know that before you were a professional basketball player, you had a great interest in journalism. And you actually attended a press conference in 1964 there in Harlem with Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. How did that press conference change you?
Well, prior to that press conference, I had never really, I was kind of critical of Dr. King because of the fact that seeing my people beaten and, attacked with dogs and all of the horrors of the civil rights movement. When you see something like that, you want to retaliate. You want to do something to the people who do that to you. And Dr. King understood how Mr. Gandhi used the bullying tactics of the oppressor to embarrass the oppressor and totally disarm the oppressor and the oppressor to deal with you as a human being. And that is the wisest course for Black Americans, because we could not have an insurrection and just fight off all the people that mean us harm. We don't have the number.
It sounds like such a fascinating.
It's all pragmatic.
Yeah, it sounds like such a fascinating documentary. Let me switch gears just for a moment while we have you. A lot of people know the Supreme Court is currently looking at whether student athletes should be compensated for playing sports at the collegiate level. What's your take on that?
I think that student athletes should be compensated. I don't think that we have to make them wealthy, but I think that they should get some type of compensation, because they do a great deal for the universities. The people at the universities get to split up a lot of money. It has supported women's sports. It has done, college sports is a money-making machine, and the people who take all the risk don't get any of the benefit, and I think they should participate a little bit more. I mean, you don't have to make them wealthy, just make it so maybe they can get a nice apartment or put a down payment on a car or something like that.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
It has been a long year.
Yeah, where it's been anything but normal.
Well, now there's hope. The COVID vaccines.
I know. It's been a little confusing.
Like really confusing. So it's more important than ever to make a plan. Visit planyourvaccine.com
to find out where and when to get your vaccine.
What are you waiting for? Roll up your sleeves and plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Some experts say that this bill still isn't enough. Do you accept that criticism? There's been a ton of confusion from the CDC. Can we try to clear some of this up? What are the issues that the party stands for? That seems to be the missing piece here.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Start your day with us every morning. Get your daily dose of news on the go with the Today podcast. And stream Today anytime you want.
Today, all day.
Every day.
Wherever you are, Today is there.
Hey guys, welcome today. So happy you're joining us.
The U.S. swimming star Katie Ledecky in the house.
Eddie, come on out. You're making me cry.
This is an incredible moment.
Join us every morning on Today.
Some experts say that this bill still isn't enough. Do you accept that criticism? There's been a ton of confusion from the CDC. Can we try to clear some of this up? What are the issues that the party stands for? That seems to be the missing piece here.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast. Free wherever you get your podcasts.
Oh, we've been excited for this story, this interview. Charlie Brown and the Peanuts gang have been a part of our lives for more than 70 years.
Yeah, and the new documentary, Who Are You, Charlie Brown, offers an in-depth look at the man behind it all, Charles Schulz, better known to his friends and family as Sparky.
The special blends a brand new cartoon with interviews from A-list celebrities, including the biggest Peanuts fan we know.
He was living a quiet life. He built a world around himself that was filled with the things he had loved since he was a kid. Like a skating rink and a baseball field.
Even as successful as he was, I don't know that he got the full depth of the love and devotion people had to him and those characters. Jean Schulz, Charles Schulz's widow and the founder of the Charles M. Schulz Museum and Research Center, joining us now this morning. Good morning, Jean.
Good morning, Al, and all of you.
Good morning.
Good to be here.
Well, thank you for being here. Congratulations on this new special. It really is a look into a man that I think a lot of people might be surprised to find out the things that this special reveals. What do you think people will be most surprised about when they watch this?
Oh, maybe his humility, because when you look at 50 years of what he's done and how popular the characters are and how well distributed and well known they are throughout the world, just what sort of a quiet internal man he himself was.
I think this is so cool. I didn't realize, a lot of people may not realize, that he created his own little universe. I mean, he had a compound with all the things he loved, a baseball field, a hockey rink, a cafe, his studio. What made him decide to do that?
I think it happened gradually. The ice arena, he and his wife had enjoyed skating. The ice arena closed down. His wife said, "Why don't we build one?" That happened. Then extra piece of land. Charlie Brown plays baseball. The arena people loved playing baseball. So it all just happened a little bit at a time and just built the world that you now look at.
And Jean, I'd imagine when you dedicate your life to this world, you know, there's kind of an inspiration that goes back and forth. So is Charlie Brown inspired by Charles or vice versa?
Probably Charlie Brown is inspired by Charles Schulz. He put everything he knew and all the people he knew into the comic strip in some kind of transformed way. So it's not a direct that you might write if you were writing a biography, but it's an interpretation.
Gene, children's books come and go, but Peanuts somehow has stayed relevant decade after decade. Sparky drew his last comic strip in 2000, and here we are more than 20 years later. What is it about the Peanuts characters, do you think, that is so lasting?
Well, I think it's because they are like all of us. And I think even in what has happened in the last 20 years or the last 50 years, people are still the same. And people in countries are all the same. They all have sibling rivalry. They all have conflicts with their parents. They have problems at school. They have problems on the playground. And Peanuts is a comfort to those people because it expresses those anxieties and fears and joys. And so it's comforting to people, and that's why it's lasted.
And in fact, you've got 3 new Peanuts holiday specials, the Snoopy Show, which is on Apple TV+. And I got the honor, Gene, to sit in that studio with you and with Sparky a couple of times. And I'd love to see that it's still the same. But what do you miss most about him?
I think that I always wish that I had his wisdom beside me when certain things, and just I tried to tap into it. He would represent well and can be relatively calm as he was about things as he went through life.
Yeah. Well, you've been a wonderful keeper of the legacy. Thank you so much for joining us this morning. We appreciate it. Who are you, Charlie Brown? Thank you. Who are you, Charlie Brown? Streaming now, Apple TV.
Sometimes it can be difficult and for kids to understand. So that makes sense, but always for them. A lot of your family will watch Netflix News.
It has been a long year. Yeah, it's been anything formal. Well, now there's hope. The COVID.
You know, I know it's been a little confusing.
Really confusing. So it's harder than ever to make a plan. Visit planyourvaccine.com to find out where and when to get your vaccine.
What are you waiting for? Roll up your sleeves and plan your vaccine.
Your vaccine.
Plan vaccine.
Join us every morning on Today. Start your day every morning. Get your news on the go with the Today podcast. Today anytime you want.
All day.
Every day. Everyone is there.
Podcast free wherever you get your podcasts.
Breaking news are changing. Down the NC News.
Dale Earnhardt earned 26 career victories, including 2014 Daytona Motor.
Well, now he's back with the second season of the show, Lost Phoenix.
It is a history lesson for Hunt, and Dale sets out in terms long of the racetracks in a quest to uncover what could be, what used to be.
When you're talking about the automobile and how fast they're advancing, because they're like an airplane without wings. There's wheels. Think of him right now, or we're walking here now, 200, 300 miles per hour is pure insanity.
Can you imagine?
That's so cool. And Dale wants this out live. No, I gotta say, this is gotta feel like so sick. I'm ready for you, and I know you've done it before.
I love going around the country and trying to find abandoned racetracks and why they are abandoned, their story, and what they did to the communities they were thriving. The best part about it for me is really putting boots on the ground and finding evidence of those tracks. And we find stuff in our hunts. And again, what we get to talk to stations in our sport, we get to talk about people in these communities where these tracks exist. And everywhere. We have been working on for over a decade, over 2,000 abandoned tracks in the United States that are people being certain on property. So those are the ones we're most interested in, not the track or result or number there. You look for something where you tangible evidence of the surface of the guardrail or something that would have the duration. Those things just amazing. A big step up from C1 to 1. A lot of success with that. But really improved on our production and editing and storytelling. All that was much better in season 2.
You started seeing hundreds of reverse tracks. Are there any that I guess stuck moves?
Well, the one Myrtle, South Carolina in season 2 was pretty personal. I raced that track and just closed that racetrack redevelopment in 2020. So that was very fresh for the community. So when we talk to people that spend a lot of time there, you're watching the racing at the racetrack, you can tell in their emotions that it's very difficult for them to see the track. And going to Texas World Speedway, so most of the law speedways that we find in the show are small, half-mile dirt racetracks. As you see, Texas World Speedway is a 2-mile speed. There's no other 2-mile super speedway exists. Law Speedway that exists in the United States. It's really amazing when you walk up against it, look out over Texas World Speedway. Always take your breath, and then you questions pop into your mind. How did this place? What happened here? And that we really do. We just bought those. We might still be racing this day, if not for just you. Going today.
So you've been out of those track. But do you just no, I could back behind that. I could do that.
I feel like I'm 46 years old, and I have a lot of guys that are still racing at this age, still competitive, and I still feel like I have finished business. And there's a little in you that always wonders if you walk too soon or if you're tired from driving full too soon. I probably always wondered about that, but I use that excitement for driving. I use the miss it. Use that in broadcast. I think that energy is good for the broadcast. When I see something happening, I get excited about it. Drivers deal with and how much fun it's having, and I think my work in the booth is now. So I'm much sure that I'll never go back to drive. I think I hang on to that desire to hang to it, but I hang in the booth. I don't want to be in a position in my life where I don't want to be driving a race car. Even if I drive a car all the time, I always want to be part of me.
Is it now it sounds all right. All right.
More Confidential on Today All Day. I'm NBC News investigative and consumer correspondent Vicki Nguyen. This week, we're looking at some home safety with tips and tricks for easy appliance repairs, cleaning a fireplace, and the importance of having a working carbon monoxide detector. Plus, what you need to know before renting a home share. All that and more coming up on Today All Day.
A private island in Indonesia? You can rent it on Airbnb. Or how about this Irish castle, listed here on Vrbo? In the month of September alone, there were nearly 5 million homes rented on just those two sites. Even Marriott, the largest hotel chain, can't ignore the trend, now offering select homes and villas for rent. One of the biggest perks of using a home share, the ability to rent something you might not otherwise get to experience. Take, for example, this beautiful home here on Nantucket Island in Massachusetts. We're in a 6-bedroom home. It rents for $25,000 a week, but hang on, it sleeps 14 people. So if you do the math, that actually works out to $255 per night per person, a similar price to what you'd pay for a comparable hotel, but you get all of this shared space in an exclusive location. And with a kitchen, you have the option to cook meals over multiple days for a big group. Those savings add up. Jeremy Gall is the CEO of Breezeway, a company that helps property managers maintain quality and safety standards for vacation rentals. What's the advantage of using a home share?
Two big things. There's so much space and the property is so unique. So you get to really enjoy something that's different than when you stay in a hotel.
But that difference also means you should have a safety checklist when renting a home share. When you first get to a home, what should you be looking for?
Yeah, you're gonna walk in, you're gonna wanna unpack, everybody's excited, but the first thing you should do is just orientate yourself and get aware about the property. Here's a good example. Here's where the fire extinguisher is, and emergency numbers and contact information.
And what about those chemicals under the sink?
Don't expect there's gonna be safety latches on these properties. But if you're traveling with little kids, just be aware and make sure these are all taken care of. Maybe take the time to move them up. In a home, pay particular attention to the smoke detector outside the kitchen. Prior guests might have cooked something smoky and pulled the batteries.
When renting an entire home, consider the unfamiliar features, especially at night.
The #1 accident at vacation homes is trip and fall hazards. This property has a nightlight, but it's always a good idea to bring one with you.
I love this room. I see it has a bunk bed. A lot of home shares have bunk beds. What are the safety tips around bunk beds?
Popular option, kids under 6 shouldn't be in the top bunk.
So this is something a lot of people might not have in their own home, a huge balcony like this with this kind of view.
Yeah, amazing. If you have a balcony like this, you want to look at 3 things: the height, the stability, and the gaps in between the balusters to make sure it's not too wide.
Yeah, good idea if you have kids and also pets.
Yeah, pets is a really good point.
Pools can be fun, but a lot of times the pools don't have any kind of fencing around them.
No, this is wide open and there's really easy access. So a couple things to keep in mind. One, if you're traveling in a group, designate one adult who's going to be in charge of pool safety.
Okay.
The other thing to do is check with the manager, make sure you understand how the pool cover works so you can open and close it and keep it closed when you're not using it.
Some simple tips so you can safely enjoy your time in a home away from home.
So it's just something to be aware of. Like I said, some people love it, some people don't. We use it a lot, just frankly, because then we have a whole house, we have a kitchen, I don't have to worry about somebody coming in. Anyway, but there are some horror stories that people say where they feel like they've been watched or videos. So what do we need to know to protect ourselves?
Yeah, that's a big one. Spy cams can be an issue. It's been in the headlines. Think about it. They are so easy to hide. This right here is a spy cam.
Wait,
right there in this tissue box. Yeah, there you go. And I'm
that's
actually,
creepy.
I can watch you live in real
Is it
time.
Elsa's eye?
It's someone else's eye.
Wow.
Yeah. There you
Let
are.
it go. Let it go.
That is,
Let it go.
it's creepy, but it's kind of cool.
It is super cool.
Wait, that
right?
is crazy.
I mean, not for, you know what I mean. But like if you're looking to,
What else would
Are those cameras
Technologically, it's cool. Yes, Dylan.
Where
That
else do
is
they
a
hide
smoke
it?
detector, an alarm clock. Those are both cameras. So these things are getting sneakier and
Wait,
sneakier, easier to
this
hide.
is a camera?
Yep.
But is it for the homeowner to make sure their house isn't being used in a way,
That's true.
like, if it's just big parties for, underage kids?
If that's the case, then you have to disclose it. Most of these rental sites make you say, hey, there's a camera in the front door, there's a camera in the living room. They shouldn't be in the bathroom, the bedroom, and that's why you need to check for things that are suspicious, like something plugged in an outlet in a bathroom or a smoke detector over the toilet or the shower.
Oh, well,
What's
now.
it doing there?
Yeah, that's a problem.
Right?
What if you get there and you saw these great pictures on the website, and then you get there and it's like, this looks nothing like what I paid for.
Big problem. First thing, call the person that you're renting from, try to negotiate that refund. If not, bypass them, head straight to the website. But really, the most important thing, be proactive about it. Check to see if there's reviews. If there aren't very many, that's a red flag. Do a Google Street View, enter the address. If the exterior doesn't match what you're seeing in real time, that's a big red flag.
Vicky Wynn, you always make us a little smarter.
And when you said the Street View thing, I've been doing that from now on. It's a really good tip.
And Craig wants to know, can you have the Elsa box?
This is next level.
It's all yours, Craig.
How much does something like this cost?
What is that?
I'm going to get in. I'll check in on that and get back to you.
Okay.
We can get a little custom. Maybe we'll do a Minions one for you.
Ooh, Craig's got a pants can.
We'll be back, hopefully. Welcome back to the third hour today. Actress and comedian Anna Faris had quite the scare last week. During what was supposed to be a fun family Thanksgiving at a rental home, it quickly turned into a potentially deadly situation. She writes on Twitter, "I'm not quite sure how to express gratitude to the North Lake Tahoe Fire Department who were saved from carbon monoxide. It's a stupidly dramatic story, but I'm feeling very fortunate."
What happened? Well, first of all, we have Vicki.
That's right. Our NBC News investigative and consumer correspondent Vicki Nguyen to talk more about this.
Good morning. Yeah, this is a scary one, especially this time of year. We're inside more, the windows are closed, and this really could happen to anyone at your home or even when you're on vacation. That's when you're vulnerable.
What happened?
So essentially, people in her group started to feel sick. A couple of them actually went to the hospital. They thought, oh, we're in Lake Tahoe. Maybe we're not used to the altitude. Turns out they were suffering from carbon monoxide poisoning. The emergency responders went back to the house, treated 2 more people at this Lake Tahoe rental. Beautiful. You saw the picture on Twitter, but maybe was sealed, didn't have a carbon monoxide alarm. Firefighters haven't said what the source of the carbon monoxide gas was, but they did say it was CO poisoning. And had they all just said, oh, you know what, we're going to sleep this off, that could have been a deadly situation.
Why didn't they just sleep it off? Why did their symptoms get, or how did their symptoms get bad enough that they decided they needed to call for help?
Well, the symptoms are headache, dizziness, nausea. So they felt so bad. They felt like they had to go to the hospital, which is good that they didn't lie down and just say, oh, it's nothing, I'll just get over it.
Would just lie down.
A lot of people would, yeah, absolutely.
The results could have been a lot different. In fact, Anna's dad, Jack, in the North Tahoe Fire Public Information, had a lot to say about the scare. Take a look.
We are grateful to be alive. We thought we just had the effects of being at high altitude, and it turned out that that was not the case.
Had they just gone to sleep and hoped that they felt better in the morning, none of them would have woken up.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
That is so scary.
Strong words
What are
and
some
true.
folks who are watching or listening, some things that they can do to make sure that this is not something that happens to them?
Really important to just check on any gas-powered appliances in your house, whether that's your gas stove or your range. You don't want to be using your generator, exactly. You don't want to be using those without proper ventilation. This is another thing people do this time of year. You want to get in your car, warm it up before you head out. It's winter. Get that garage door open. Carbon monoxide gas builds up so quickly. And Dylan, I think you were talking about apartments, right? Like,
Right, because I feel like
a lot of
I'm
people
not
live in
sure
an
if I
apartment.
have one, but I live in an apartment. I don't have a car connected to the house or anything. So is it a threat for people who live in an apartment too?
It can be. Sometimes people use those space heaters to warm up a small space. If that is a gas-fueled space heater, then that can be an issue. Basically, carbon monoxide is produced anytime you burn a fuel. And this is the #1 thing, right? Yes, the carbon monoxide alarm. You can get this for under $30, $20 really, at any big box retailer. We picked one up at Duane Reade. Fire departments this time of year are also giving these things away free. So check with your local fire department if it's not something you can buy.
And by the way, there is an expiration on these. Generally, 5 years is the efficacy of it, and then you have to replace them.
That's a really good point, Alan. Also check the batteries. Twice a year, daylight savings, that's a good time to go for the smoke alarms and the carbon monoxide alarms.
Vicki Nguyen.
Thank you so much.
I'm glad you talked about this.
And we'll be right back.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts. Some experts say that this bill still isn't enough. Do you accept that criticism? There's been a ton of confusion from the CDC. Can we try to clear some of this up? What are the issues that the party stands for? That seems to be the missing piece here. If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Some experts say that this bill still isn't enough. Do you accept that criticism? There's been a ton of confusion from the CDC. Can we try to clear some of this up? What are the issues that the party stands for? That seems to be the missing piece here. If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright. Are you ready? We're going to do our part to spread the word on the importance of vaccines, so crucial for reopening America.
A big day around here. A very special naturalization ceremony.
Many of them doctors, nurses, other essential workers.
If you are a nurse, thank you.
Spring has sprung, guys, and we want to fill this season with some fun and surprises.
Yes.
This is the face of excitement.
Celebrating Earth Day.
Let's change the world.
Love it!
Some experts say that this bill still isn't enough. Do you accept that criticism? There's been a ton of confusion from the CDC. Can we try to clear some of this up? What are the issues that the party stands for? That seems to be the missing piece here. If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Okay, so get ready to take notes. Lifestyle expert Jill Bauer has a list of must-haves to make sure you and your family are prepared in an unexpected emergency.
Good morning, Jill.
Good morning, ladies. Nice to see you.
Okay, you're going to show us what we need in our home and in our cars, right?
Right, because, you know, this is the time of year when people are making resolutions and they're thinking about ways to get organized. Well, part of that should be, is my family prepared in case something should happen? So let's take a look at what you need the next time you're out on the road.
So here are the things that are important to keep in the front area of your car. In your center console, you want to make sure you have a tool like this. This is designed to cut through your seatbelt in case you can't unbuckle, as well as break through glass if you're trapped. And then in your glove box, a couple other things you should have on hand. Make sure that you have a small first aid kit. Make sure you have an additional phone charger with a cable, and make sure that that's charged. And also make sure you have a small hand crank flashlight. You also need to have some key things in the back of your car, so let me show you what those are. I like to keep the back of my car organized with a duffel bag like this one, and here are the essentials I always have on hand. Start out with my jumper cables, an extra blanket, a comprehensive first aid kit. A couple of different kinds of lights are important. So an all-weather flashlight, make sure that you've checked those batteries, but also an emergency light like this that lets other cars see you in the dark. Those are great because they're magnetic. These emergency thermal blankets and rain ponchos, you can usually find those at outdoor stores. They don't take up a lot of room, but they're really great in case you need them. A pair of gloves, some duct tape, and then don't forget about some extra snacks and a bottle of water. And if you happen to travel with your pets, make sure you include some dog treats too.
Oh, Jill, love it. You know it all. That was awesome information. Now you've taken us inside the home where you're going to get to everything we need, starting with fire safety.
Yeah. And this is so important, everybody, because I know you probably have on your radar, let's make sure we check our batteries and our smoke detectors. But here's what a lot of people don't know. The detector themselves, the unit, only has a 10-year shelf life. Oh. So if you've lived in the same house for 15 years and all you're doing is continually charging the batteries, you could still have a faulty unit. So make sure you're charging or you're replacing the unit every 10 years and the batteries regularly. Same with carbon monoxide detectors. Those should be located on all levels of your home. And then in case you should need to put out a small fire, make sure you have fire extinguishers. They have fire extinguishers now for specific areas of the home. So that also makes them a little bit lighter and easier to manage, especially one you might want to keep under the sink in your kitchen. I like to write the date on those extinguishers so that you know when you put it in. Most of these have a kind of shelf life of 6 to 12 years. And finally, if you live in a home that's multi-level, you want to make sure that you do have a fire escape ladder. That fire escape ladder is something you should practice with, not going out and climbing down it, but making sure that it fits the window properly so that in the event you would need to use it, you know that it's going to work the way that it should. By the way, the smoke detector, carbon monoxide, and fire extinguishers are also great for people who live in apartments or condos, not just homeowners.
All right, so if we're moving now, let's move to, by the way, I'm like taking notes on all these things, a ladder, who would have thought? All right, so when a storm hits, often you lose electricity and you feel like, uh-oh, what am I going to do? Most of us have a flashlight. What else should you have?
So these are basics, Hoda. You know, have a stockpile of extra batteries. Make sure you have some different types of lanterns and lamps. I like flameless candles. But check out this cool new innovative flashlight from GE. This is a regular flashlight that light bulb that you're going to put inside of your lamp, and you're going to use it like you use normal light bulbs. However, when the power goes out, it stays on, and you can even unscrew it from your lamp, turn it on, and use it as a handheld flashlight. That gets a 5-hour charge. They're LED bulbs, so they last for hundreds of hours of light. It's a really cool concept, and I think it's great peace of mind.
Yeah, that really is. I feel like we should all have at least one of those. Let's talk about drinking water if it becomes compromised.
Yeah, so you can, for kind of personal emergency things, you want to make sure that you have an all-weather radio, have a whistle so that you can let people know where you are, have a backup supply of drinking water, but then use something called a life straw. Again, these are things that you'll find at a lot of outdoor kind of adventure places. They need them for survival. They're great survival for your home, too.
All right, if you want to keep your valuables safe, your clothes safe, what's a way to do that?
I love the idea of a dry bag. pre-pack so that you have a change of clothes in here, but also think of things like an extra bottle of prescription medication, maybe an extra pair of prescription eyeglasses, things that are safe, ready to grab. Do one of these for each member of your family. And it's great to complement that with a full medical kit as well. That's another great place to keep those extra prescriptions.
Yeah, Jill, thank you. If we missed anything here, it is all on our website at hodaandjenna.com.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright. Are you ready? We're going to do our part to spread the word on the importance of vaccines, so crucial for reopening America.
A big day around here, a very special naturalization ceremony.
Many of them doctors, nurses, other essential workers.
If you are a nurse, thank you.
Spring has sprung, guys, and we want to fill this season with some fun and surprises.
Yes.
This is the face of excitement. Celebrating Earth Day.
Let's change the world.
Love it!
Some experts say that this bill still isn't enough. Do you accept that criticism? There's been a ton of confusion from the CDC. Can we try to clear some of this up? What are the issues that the party stands for? That seems to be the missing piece here. If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Some experts say that this bill still isn't enough. Do you accept that criticism? There's been a ton of confusion from the CDC. Can we try to clear some of this up? What are the issues that the party stands for? That seems to be the missing piece here. If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press. The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast. Free wherever you get your podcasts.
Let's go. And good evening from New Orleans. There is breaking news. There you go.
With more of us spending a lot of time at home, there's been added wear and tear on our appliances. If you need repairs, don't expect a quick fix. Vicki Wynn's here with the latest on that. Vic.
Hey, Al, it is so good to see you in person, by the way. Well, the requests for repairs are really coming in fast and furious across the country with backlogs for service calls at companies big and small. This morning, how you can make do while you wait and what you can do now, especially with the holidays right here, to check on your appliances before they stop working.
Kylie Smith from New Jersey says when her refrigerator broke in early October, it was typical 2020.
We noticed that our freezer wasn't freezing anymore. Once this happened, we said, of course, this is going to happen.
How are you managing then?
We do have a second fridge out in the garage, but right now it's filled to the brim. We have 3 growing boys, so we need the space.
She says it'll be about a month until she can get her fridge repaired.
And that's figuring that when they come out, it's an immediate fix.
Smith is feeling a pain point shared by thousands of people across the country. A recent survey found appliance repair calls are up 39% since the pandemic started.
With a lot of us working and learning from home, many of us are using our appliances a lot more often. From the oven to the fridge. Consider this fun fact. Before the pandemic, we were opening our fridges about 30 times a day. Since the pandemic, that number has jumped to 130 times a day.
Industry experts say there's a shortage of new appliances and people want to save money, so many would rather repair than replace.
Business has been amazing. It's really grown over the last several months.
Daniel Pigeon is the CEO of Sears Home Services.
How busy are your repair technicians right now?
Right now, we have a shortfall of 1,000 technicians that we're hiring. It really is something unprecedented.
Heather Dyer-Yoder runs Dyer Repair Academy in Richland Hills, Texas. She says people who've lost jobs in retail and restaurants are now taking her 2-week-long course to become certified appliance repair techs. Her classes are maxed out through January.
I have employers calling me weekly. Do you have somebody I can hire? All over the country. All of my students get jobs. All of them get hired before they leave.
Dyer says to avoid breakdowns, check on your appliance health. Look for your manual or check online for how to clean your fridge, oven, washer, and dryer. Fridge coils and dryer vents are some common culprits that get clogged and make the machines work harder. If a repair tech is coming to your home, make sure they're wearing a mask and maintain your distance. And keep your windows open for better air circulation while they're inside. If you're in the market for a new appliance, go back to the basics because high-tech appliances contain specialized parts that can be harder to find and replace.
Find something with less bells and whistles, less Wi-Fi, less computer chips, because those are the things that are breaking and those are the things delaying you're getting your refrigerator back working.
Some tips to make sure an appliance breakdown doesn't leave a wrench in your upcoming holiday plans.
And good news for Kylie, her refrigerator has been repaired. Another tip, consider buying a home warranty, even if you've already been in your home for years. Just read the fine print to make sure it covers your major appliances. And what's also great about this, when you're under a home warranty, experts say you might get priority when you need a repair.
Oh.
Yeah.
All right. So if you're looking for a good technician, because that's really the key, how do you find one?
First thing, ask friends and family for their referrals. They may have had a great experience with somebody. Then you really want to check the reviews, make sure that they have good certifications, get multiple quotes so that the price is right for you. And then also ask about their warranties. After they're done making that fix, how long is it good for in case they need to come back?
And what if something is broken and you just need it fixed? Like going into Thanksgiving and your dishwasher's broken, what can people do?
YouTube is a great way to check and see a DIY repair situation. And also, you just want to call the local repair store. Maybe they'll give you some free advice. Listen, I've got this. I need this part. What can I do? Sometimes they'll help you out.
Yeah. I use YouTube to clear the drain on my dishwasher.
Really? Yeah.
It does work.
There's so many great videos out there.
All right, Vicki Wynn, it's always great to see you. Thanks so much.
Each year, there are an estimated 20,000 fires across the country caused by chimneys and fireplaces.
Investigators say the cause of the fire here on Bramer Circle was traced to a malfunctioning fireplace.
The fire chief tells us the fire started in a chimney around 2:30 this morning.
Even this historic mansion in Massachusetts burned to the ground last winter.
The home had stood for over 100 years. It took just hours to be destroyed.
This one in upstate New York making headlines because it's the home of celebrity chef Rachel Ray.
Heavy smoke and fire coming from the roof of the residence near the chimney.
Fire officials believe the August 9th blaze ignited in the chimney.
So what should you do to safely enjoy this before you light this?
We asked the expert. Mike Segerstrom from Bridgewater Chimney Sweeps is an instructor with the Chimney Safety Institute of America with 23 years of experience.
Mike, what's the very first thing you should do before you light your fireplace for the season?
First thing you want to do is make sure you have the fireplace inspected before use by a certified chimney sweep.
That's you. Have at it.
Okay.
He begins with a visual inspection, checking the interior from below, then examining the exterior of the chimney from the ground. And the roof, even using a high-tech camera to get a better look inside. According to the National Fire Protection Association, you need to get your chimney inspected every year because over time, chimneys collect what's called creosote, which can overheat and catch fire. Often, that's what causes chimney fires.
Mike, what's the verdict on this fireplace and the chimney?
So this fireplace is not in need of sweeping at this time. It is ready for the season.
If it did need to be swept, what are some of the steps? What happens?
The biggest component is we'll brush the entire system out internally.
Once the chimney and the fireplace have been cleaned, what's the next step?
Making sure that we're burning good wood in the fireplace. Should be stored outside for at least a year. That way you can guarantee that it's not going to produce extra amounts of soot or creosote.
Before you enjoy your fireplace, make sure there's nothing flammable within 4 feet and always have a screen to capture any sparks that could fly into your home. Mike says the most common mistake, people forgetting to open their flue damper.
The first sign of someone not opening the flue damper is the smoke immediately comes back into the home.
The best way to put out the fire is to simply let it burn out on its own and never use water to extinguish the flames.
It's going to cause the wood to possibly spark, and water in a hot fireplace could actually damage some of the masonry.
If it's an emergency, make sure you have a fire extinguisher nearby and you know how to use it. Simple reminders to enjoy your fireplace safely.
Let's go. And good evening from New Orleans. There is breaking news. Larry Devoe. Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
It has been a long year. Yeah, where it's been anything but normal.
Well, now there's hope. The COVID vaccines.
I know. It's been a little confusing.
Like really confusing. So it's more important than ever to make a plan. Visit planyourvaccine.com
to find out where and when to get your vaccine.
What are you waiting for? Roll up your sleeves and plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Now with Nest Cam, these guys can check in 24/7.
Hey, a little thief.
The commercials are everywhere.
So you can get an alert if someone's there who shouldn't be.
The latest in smart home technology from companies like Nest and Ring, allowing you to see what's happening in and around your house and protect it in real time. But what happens when the bad guys turn that technology against you? Across the country, hackers have gained access to those cameras and harassed families in their homes. In Seattle, in Florida,
I'll leave you and your family alone, or I could do this.
And in Mississippi, an 8-year-old girl terrorized.
Who is that? I'm your best friend. You can do whatever you want right now. You can mess up your room, you can break your TV.
Mommy! So how easy is it for someone to hack into your home security system? To find out more, I'm here with Mark Spoonhour. He's the editor-in-chief of Tom's Guide. It's an online tech magazine. So tell me about this. How common of a problem is this, and how easy is it for hackers?
So first things first is that it's not that common for devices like this to be hacked. But if it happens to you, it's really scary.
He says the devices themselves are secure, but warns that hackers can break in using compromised credentials.
And they usually come in through usernames and passwords that are out there on the dark web.
Tom's Guide security editor Paul Wagenseal is in another room logging into this Nest camera to show you how easily it can happen.
Hey guys, I'm logged in and I can hear you and I can see you.
That is very creepy. That is not supposed to be happening with a security camera.
No, it's not. And the reason why he's able to get in is because he has access not to the device itself necessarily. It's because he's able to log in with our username and password, which could be freely available on the web, especially if you've been part of a data breach.
How do you know if you've been part of a data breach? You can search online at haveibeenpwned.com. Just plug in your username. If it comes up red, it's time for a new one. And when creating a password, remember that it should be long, unique, and strong. But Spoonhour says the most important thing to do, use two-factor authentication.
When a hacker tries to get in, you will get sent a text message to your phone because they're not on an approved network, right? And that unique code that's sent to your phone via text allows you to grant access or not to whoever is trying to get into your system.
So it alerts you before anyone can get in.
That's right. It's basically a gatekeeper.
Wagenseal tries to log in again, but this time there's two-factor authentication.
There it is. So we have a text message that just came in.
Okay, what does that mean?
So this is our authentication code, right? So if we wanted to get in right now to log into our system and see the footage on this camera, we would have to not only enter our username and password, but this very unique code, and you can see that it changes every time. So only the person who has the phone that's associated with the account can get in.
Good advice to make sure this doesn't happen to you.
I'm your best friend.
A few more tips. Don't forget about your router. That's the hub of your home. Make sure you're not using the default password that it came with. If you don't change that, the bad guys can easily use it to get into your smart home if they find your Wi-Fi network, and that would affect anything that's connected to your Wi-Fi. Now, these same security measures also apply to smart toys that connect to the internet. If they have a camera or a microphone, hackers can get into those toys. So choose passwords that are unique, long, and different across your device.
These are places we may not be able to visit for a while. Come with us as we take you there, into our incredible world. Woo! Before you see it, you hear it. Iguazu. In native language, the name means big water. A waterfall twice as tall as Niagara and miles wide. We take a boat across the rapids to one of the wonders of nature.
This is the largest waterfall system in the world, so huge it cuts across 2 nations. Over there is Brazil, this side, Argentina.
Disgorging the contents of 5 Olympic swimming pools every second. The center of the falls, called Devil's Throat.
You can feel the sheer power of the falls. Our little boat is getting buffeted around and there is a constant mist in my face.
But we're still not wet enough for these guys. Not even close. To truly feel the full force of these falls, you have to get soaked. Water, our precious source of life. In Brazil, it is everywhere. And the most famous waterway of all is, of course, the Amazon.
What you're seeing is not an illusion.
This is where 2 massive rivers come together. One black, one brown. They form the mighty Amazon. The Amazon River spans the entire country, flowing more than 4,000 miles, 450 miles further than the Mississippi. The rainforest with which the river shares its name is a haven for 40,000 kinds of plants and a staggering 10% of the world's wildlife, 1,300 different birds. And among the many animals here, 3,000 species of fish. Today, we're on a fishing expedition like no other, to catch piranha. Sandro Gama descended on his mother's side from an Amazonian tribe. He now runs tours of the ancient river.
It's like magic for me.
It's a magical place.
Magical place.
Sandro guides our boat away from the main part of the river into one of the smaller tributaries. The channel is shaded by trees and the water here is shallower. The best place to find piranha. Piranha will eat almost any meat, even, rarely, humans. To attract these underwater killers, Sandro mimics a distressed animal in the water.
They like noise.
They like noise like this.
It's less like fishing, more like hunting.
Would it help if I cut my finger and put it in the water?
I caught one.
You got one. Then Sandro hooks one.
Wow.
Those are some sharp teeth.
She's saying, come any closer, I'm going to bite your face off.
Yeah.
Day 1 over, and we've caught one fish. But a hunter always eats what he catches.
She wanted to eat me,
Oh yeah.
and this is my revenge.
It's your revenge, right?
It tastes like cod, like kind of...
Oh yeah, like freshwater fish.
It tastes like a freshwater fish, actually. There isn't very much meat here. It's very bony.
It's day 2, and we try another fishing spot. This time, I have more luck.
Oh, yeah.
I think I got one, I think I got one. Yes!
Yes, my
All
lord.
right! I didn't think I was going to be able to do that.
It looks like I wasn't the only one to target this fish. Piranhas even prey on each other.
Wow.
I took a chunk of her tail. You see this area here? Hold it by here.
Yeah.
And then,
Woohoo! Okay, I think you should do this. Because I don't want to cause her any more pain, honestly. And also, I don't want to cause myself any pain.
Right.
Our fishing expedition, somewhat successful, Sandro has a final surprise. He assures me, and I took some reassuring, there are no piranhas here. But beneath the water, we are soon surrounded by the Amazon's famous pink dolphin.
Whoa, he's touching. They're rubbing against our legs here. It's incredible. It's like rubber.
The people here believe these dolphins are princes.
Yeah, I can see that.
Dolphins are very mythological animals from the Amazon. According to the indigenous legend, after midnight he becomes a handsome boy, and suddenly he chases the girls And when she's pregnant, she will blame on the dolphins. She will blame on the dolphins.
They are no threat to us, of course, but it turns out the fish they eat include piranhas. In the Amazon, every animal depends on another. The power and the beauty of this river and its inhabitants, both stunning and humbling. Next, somewhere beneath this vast canopy of green, deep in the heart of the rainforest, these colossal giants, and what it's like to climb one.
I am now officially really quite frightened.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright. Are you ready? We're going to do our part to spread the word on the importance of vaccines, so crucial for reopening America.
A big day around here, a very special naturalization ceremony.
Many of them doctors, nurses, other essential workers.
If you are a nurse, thank you.
Spring has sprung, guys, and we want to fill this season with some fun and surprises.
Yes.
This is the face of excitement. Celebrating Earth Day. Let's change the world. Love it!
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
Hey guys, welcome today. So happy you're joining us.
The U.S. swimming star Katie Ledecky in the house.
Eddie, come on out. You're making me cry.
This is an incredible moment. Join us every morning on Today.
Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Start your day with us every morning. Get your daily dose of news on the go with the Today podcast. And stream Today anytime you want.
Today, all day.
Every day.
Wherever you are, Today is there.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast. Free wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
The Amazon, a vast 2 million square miles of awesome, largely untamed nature. An estimated 390 million trees. Today, I'm climbing just one, but it's a monster. How tall is the tree we're going to climb?
It's 180 feet.
My guide, Leo Princey, knows the rainforest well.
Not too much.
It's traditions like this method of preventing insect bites. I can smell it, yeah. Covering yourself with dead ants. they bite you. They do. They bite you while you're trying to stop other insects from biting you. And the jungle's predators. That's where a jaguar's climbed the tree.
Yeah, 1 year ago around. Don't think that if you want to run from a jaguar, if you climb a tree, you are safe.
Not exactly reassuring.
I don't think I've climbed a tree since I was a boy.
And definitely not like this. And don't look down, right?
You can look if you want. Halfway.
Yeah. This is halfway?
Yeah.
As I sweat, Leo's 9-year-old daughter, Kenna, passes me. Fearless. Not exactly how I feel.
Talking to me like this is a good way to stop me from thinking about the fact that I'm hanging by a rope about 100 feet in the air.
I'm increasingly nervous.
I am now officially really quite frightened.
Finally, reaching the top.
Okay, don't look down, don't look down, don't look down. I can't actually believe that I have got up here. Honestly, my legs are shaking, even though I've got this rope attached to me. But the view is just stunning.
The air above the Amazon, thick with the sounds and smells of life.
Look around, just look around.
The experience of a lifetime. Exhilarating and a little exhausting.
I think I've earned a rest.
Leo can't easily relax. He's increasingly worried for his forest. His home is here in the jungle with his wife Vanessa. Their children were born on this deck. All three are homeschooled. They playfully call their dad the guru. What he knows is that this place is increasingly threatened. Fires have raged across the forest. Logging is destroying yet more. The wonderful wildlife here threatened from all angles. But it doesn't have to be this way. People have plundered the Amazon's rich resources for more than 100 years, when European traders exploited the Amazon for rubber. But next, how those same men created something here that was extraordinary and beautiful. When they built, of all things, an opera house in the heart of this rainforest.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright. Are you ready? We're going to do our part to spread the word on the importance of vaccines, so crucial for reopening America.
A big day around here, a very special naturalization ceremony.
Many of them doctors, nurses, other essential workers.
If you are a nurse, thank you.
Spring has sprung, guys, and we want to fill this season with some fun and surprises.
Yes.
This is the face of excitement. Celebrating Earth Day. Let's change the world. Love it!
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate
it. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright. Are you ready? We're going to do our part to spread the word on the importance of vaccines, so crucial for reopening America.
A big day around here, a very special naturalization ceremony.
Many of them doctors, nurses, other essential workers.
If you are a nurse, thank you.
Spring has sprung, guys, and we want to fill this season with some fun and surprises.
Yes.
This is the face of excitement. Celebrating Earth Day. Let's change the world. Love it!
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Deep in the Amazon rainforest, this seemingly infinite green canopy of trees, broken only by the winding silver thread of this 4,000-mile river, is a history that we might be able to learn from. 120 years ago, a lone paddle steamer made its way along here, and on board, Carlos Fermin Fitzcarrald, who had what many people said was a crazy dream, to build an opera house in the heart of the jungle. So determined was he that at one point, and the inspiration for the movie Fitzcarraldo, he had his steamship taken apart piece by piece and transported over a mountain. And though Fitzcarrald never fulfilled his dream, others did. In the 1890s, out of the jungle rose this spectacular, unlikely structure. And from within came this. The Teatro Amazonas, completed in 1896, is celebrated as one of the most magnificent opera houses in the world. The theatre is located in today's bustling riverside city of Manaus, built by barons made rich by the 19th century rubber trade, early exploiters of the Amazon's rich resources. They wanted to rival the grand opera houses of Europe and bring civilization to this remote part of the world.
Gabriel.
Hello, Kieran.
Hey, how are you?
Gabriel Leal is my guide to the theatre.
When they built this place,